Hello, everybody. We're going to get started in a minute, so if you can please come inside, take your seats. Are you sitting up here with us? Right on. Welcome to the fun. Colonel. Colonel. Sorry, we got to get started. So sorry. Ryan, how many numbers are we at? Ryan, how many? Okay, we're going to get started. Hey. Oh, hi. Of course you can. Hi, you want a poulet? Open poulet? Okay. Don't leave us. Don't leave. Go too far then. Oh, okay. Aloha. We're going to open with a poulet, so if you can come inside. If you haven't signed up to testify, please do so. Ryan, raise your hand. Please sign up with Ryan. Okay, we're going to get started.
Aloha. Let's gather together and do a poulet. Oi! Mahalo. Our Father in heaven, we're indeed grateful and thankful for this opportunity we have to gather today as community members. We know it's important to stand as a lahui for our rights that belongs to us, as we are the Keikioka Aina. We are very grateful for the Vai, the Aina, and the Malama, and the Ike that has been passed down generations. We ask thee to be with those that are here today, that they might be able to share their mana'o, that those that need to hear our voices take heed to the messages that we are delivering. We are thankful for this facility that we're able to meet. We pray that thy spirit may be with each and every one of us, and as we travel to our various destinations throughout the Oʻahu Island, we do know that we have visitors from afar, that they may be guided and protected to their homes. We ask thee for thy blessings and all other blessings that we are in need of at this time. We say these things in thy beloved Son, Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. So we have another full house tonight. So I am going to try to keep you folks a little tighter to the 2 minutes. So you will hear 2 alarms tonight. The first will be at 1:30 minutes. That's your time to wrap it up. The second one is your 2-minute mark. We really, really do need you to wrap it up tonight. We had some people who came to testify last night who weren't able to because we ran long into the evening. So we really do want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to testify at least once tonight. So without further ado, Colonel McGonigal.
Kalamai, Ko'olaulua, can we do hikimai and apua together? We're inviting the spirit of the kia'i from other places, yeah, when we do hikimai and apua. We're not inviting the Kua America. When we do that, we're honoring this place, yeah. Okay, so kahi lua koluha. Hikimai and apua ikala ie. Ke pia ela kamauna ki e. Ha'amaina kama me kamakua. He vehilula o ke kukuna. E ka imai ana, e ka imai ana. E hahai ka leo ka haku e. Aloha e. Mahalo. Oha e. Mahalo. Kalamai.
I got it. Mahalo. Thank you for the opening tonight. Aloha and good evening. I'm Colonel Steve McGonigal, Commander of the U.S. Army Garrison, Hawaii, and I'm responsible for the Army installations here on Oʻahu and on Hawaiʻi Island. Thank you for all being here tonight. Tonight's meeting is about hearing your comments on the Army training land retention at Kahuku training area and also Kawailoa-Poamoho and Makua Military Reservation draft environmental impact statement. This document was developed in accordance with the National Environmental Policy Act and the Hawaii Environmental Policy Act. And we're following both NEPA and HEPA processes as we complete this environmental impact statement. The Army currently leases 6,322 acres of state land on Oʻahu, of which 1,150 acres are at Kahuku. These leases expire in August 2029. The proposed action, the Army's retention of up to 6,322 acres at Kahuku, Poamoho, and Makua is a real estate transaction that allows for the continuation of military activities to include training as well as conservation, management of the cultural natural resources that we have the privilege of caring for and protecting. The Army is not proposing new construction or changes in military training. If the Army does retain the lands where the motocross track is located, the Army will ensure that the motocross track continues to be used and is available to the community. As an important step in the multi-year real estate process, the EIS allows us to take a hard look at the environmental impacts of the proposed action. It allows us to be transparent, and most importantly, it gives the opportunity to hear your comments and recommendations on the proposed action and on the EIS. The draft EIS analyzes the environmental and socioeconomic impacts of 3 action alternatives: full retention, modified retention, and minimum retention. The minimum retention alternative applies only to Makua. The Army's preferred alternative is alternative 2, modified retention at each training area. At Kahuku, the Army would retain 450 acres under alternative 2. The EIS also analyzes what is really a 4th alternative, which is the no action alternative. Under the no action alternative, the current leases would lapse in 2029, and the Army would conduct lease compliance actions as negotiated with the state. Furthermore, the Army would no longer have access to those state lands, and training in the Army's cultural and natural resource conservation efforts on those lands would cease. We have posters and members of our EIS team back in the back there to provide additional information about the EIS. We also have a copy of the draft EIS here on the tables just to the front of the posters. A hard copy is available for review at the Kahuku Public and School Library, as well as the Wahiawa and Waianae Hawaii State Public Libraries. You can also download a copy of the EIS from our website. As you may have read in the draft EIS or heard during our 2 briefs to the Board of Land and Natural Resources, land exchange is a potential process to be used during land retention negotiations that would start after the EIS is completed. Land exchange is not analyzed in the draft EIS. We are in the early planning stages, and the lands to be exchanged have not yet been identified. Any land exchange would be addressed in separate future environmental compliance documents. This meeting is being broadcast live on the U.S. Army Garrison Hawaii's YouTube channel. For those of you who are not able to be here in person tonight, we do have a phone line that we opened yesterday and is available through tomorrow night. You can call 808-515-5518. and leave your recorded message. For those that are here in person, again, we thank you for being here. You can either come up, register and come forward to speak, or you can also choose to submit a written comment here this evening. Once we start, you can come up to the microphone and provide your oral comments. To ensure that everyone's voice is heard, you'll each have 2 minutes to comment. You can submit those written comments as well. The table back here on the side, you can fill out the cards. Our comment period is open until August 7th, and you can mail, email, or submit your comments on the website. The website, email, and mailing address are located on the flyer that is available at the entrance and also spread over on the tables. Oral comments provided during this meeting will be transcribed and will be included in the final EIS. Mahalo for your participation tonight.
Thank you very much. So we're just going to get to the comments because tonight is about you. So we're going to start with number 155. You should have each been given a number and a ticket. So 155. Are they outside? Talking to the mic? Okay. We're going to move to 156. Yes. 120. Ryan, is it start at 155, right? Oh. Okay, you just had your number from last night. I could check, were you 126 last night? Yeah, Mary, you were 126 last night.
Yeah, but
Okay.
tonight I
You're
came again and
okay.
I got another one, but
Okay,
I
yeah.
guess.
So
yeah.
yes, if you were here last
Kalamai.
night, please use tonight's ticket, because, yeah, that was
Kalamai.
your number from last night. Okay.
Kalamai, sorry.
No worries, sis.
Okay. Aloha, yes, I came last night, so yeah, and I'm coming tomorrow night too. So o wau kauila shell then o kahuku ku'u aina hanau o ka awa ku'u aina hanai. Okay, I'm going to skip all that part because I only got 3 minutes. Let's start with 1893 and the events leading up to the overthrow. Not only did the U.S. military assist in taking over Hawaiʻi, but their military high officers also plotted to gain control of Pearl Harbor. Okay, and then then that's history that we all know and probably will repeat after this. The amount of ordinances that the U.S. military have accumulated has not been properly removed or has been cleaned up from 1949 to present and has left my ohana and community in unsafe, unhealthy living conditions. My Hanai father was young when he found unexploded ordinances and collected them from the mountains. Some of these ordinances may have come from the Pacific Jungle Combat Training Area, which included Green Valley Jungle Training Camp. Notice how the military replaced Ahupua'a traditional names to fit their war machine agenda. My dad was curious and cut one of the grenades open, leaving it exploded and leaving him deaf and chemicals going into his skin, which he suffered for a long time. He also later worked on Kwajalein, which was which is and still is a testing site for a nuclear ballistic missile defense test site, and where the Native women there gave birth to jellyfish babies. In a pamphlet PDF about the Kahuku site, it states that Kahuku is the largest continuous ground maneuver training area of the island, which includes from north to south portions of Waimea, Pupukia, almost done, Paumalu, Kaunala, Waiale'e, Pai Alua, Apana, Kavela, Hanaka Oe, Oia I'o, Ulepu, Pehu, Punalau, Kahuku, Kaena, Malaika, Hanala'i, and Kaipapa'u. The wildlife that sustains life in these areas that we hardly see anymore is the puea and the Ope'ape'a. And the stories of Kanye and Kanaloa is the mo'olelo that want to preserve there. And the areas that you train in is like areas where we want to gather with. Okay. Mahalo nui loa for being so patient. And the last thought that I'm going to close in for this is that the fallacy that the U.S. Army is a major player in conservation, that's a fallacy, that's false. A 2001 final report by the Army claims that their goal is to minimize training impacts and so-called major players in conservation, but they only cleaned up half of it, and there is still ordinances throughout Ko'olaulua. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you so much. 156. Number 156. That's you? Okay.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Ikaika. I want to emphasize that this should be a matter of consent and that the U.S., in this case the U.S. Army, has been ignoring our no for too long now. We've been saying no. We've been saying no to the way the U.S. Army has handled our lands, leaving bullets and trash everywhere. No to the way the U.S. Army neglects our cultural practices and historic sites, opting to prioritize state land. And no to the U.S. Army being on our lands. I prefer the no action alternative. The U.S. Army should not retain any of these lands in Kahuku, Makua, or Poamoho. A'ole. Thank you.
Number 157.
Hey, aloha. I'm Keone Shizuma and I do not support the renewing of any of the leases expiring in 2029. Let's start off with some background points. The Apology Resolution of 1993, that's 31 years already, acknowledges that the overthrow of the Kingdom of Hawaii was illegal. This means that America is occupying land in Hawaii. Hawaii is not legally part of America. Let's also say that, so background points, aina means that which feeds you. Our land will feed us if we care for it properly, and vai, that's water and that'll give us life if we need water for life. Okay, as an illegally occupied entity on our land, you are not protecting us, you're protecting yourself. You are protecting America, not Hawaii, because as I said, Hawaii is not part of America. Hawaii is being occupied by America. Your presence here makes Hawaii a target for your adversaries. Again, you're not protecting us. In fact, you are putting us in harm's way. You, America, are the threat other countries are worried about and may attack, not Hawaii. Your mission is not to protect Hawaii, it is to protect America. But you're putting Hawaii in harm's way. Prior to America coming here, no country has ever attacked Hawaii. We were recognized as an independent nation by many nations, including British and France. And yet no one attacked us. The point being that you are not protecting us, you are not doing us any favors. You are just putting us in harm's way. You are also poisoning our land and our water. And you've proven that you're not good at cleaning up your messes. Ko'olave, Kapukaki, Pearl Harbor, the list goes on. You claim in the EIS, halfway, good, I'll make it.
30 seconds.
To clean up your mess, but in the DEIS, you say that you will only go up until expenditures will not exceed fair market value of the land. If you can't clean up the mess, then don't make it, just leave. Also, it's the draft EIS speaks of conservation efforts that would not occur if the leases are not renewed. That's a flawed assumption because conservation is going on all over on our islands, wherever we can. There's people out there removing invasives, planting natives, and caring for endangered species. Last point, real quick, is just that people also state that the financial loss will be big if the military leaves. But you know what? We can't eat money and we can't drink poison. So we choose to drink and eat from our land over the money. For those who choose to take the money, you should choose to drink and eat poison elsewhere. In summary, yeah, I do not support any of the leases being renewed. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Thank you. 158.
Aloha mai kākou. O wau o Honuaina Nichols. I'm a Kanaka Maoli, however, I am not from Kahuku, but I have kuleana to Malama Aina in the Ahupua'a of Kawailoa, so I pass through Schofield Barracks each time I go to work. I work as an Aina-based climate education kumu that has taught with schools like Kahuku High School about the damages the U.S. military has caused to our people and to our Aina. I stand before you today to urge against the renewal of any military leases on stolen Hawaiian kingdom lands in the year 2029. I know this is not your decision alone, but I ask you not to defer any responsibility because of your higher-ups. That flag you wear represents a long-standing history of occupation, mismanagement, and negligence for the people you claim to protect, when the only thing you're really protecting is your national security and imperialist agenda across the world, sending occupied people to fight your wars. I have fears of you, Colonel, hearing our mo'olelo, falling in love, and being turned over for us to just have to educate and educate again and again so that this cycle becomes endless. I ask you to listen closely and listen with your heart. It is absurd that the military was allowed to rent these lands for $1 while more than half of Kanaka live outside of Hawaiʻi. 6,332 acres of land is crumbs to your imperialist system, Colonel, but that is so much for us. Let me remind you that this dog and pony show for consent is unwarranted and unlawful on the international stage, as our people never relinquished our sovereignty. Almost Pau. On January 17th, after the US Navy invaded our shores, committing an act of war against a neutral state. But since we are engaging in this bureaucratic process where somehow you're sitting there and we're left to fight for our existence, we have a duty to our planet, sir. We do not have time to entertain an environmental impact statement, especially one that admits that there are significant adverse impacts on land use. You have harmed our iwi, our kupuna, Lekanaka Maoli, and the people who have kuleana to this aina ho'ikawai. We demand you clean up your mess and malama honua, but honestly, you've never been good at that anyways. All you've done is poison our waters, desecrate our iwi, and poison your own people as well. The US military consumes more fossil fuels and energy, almost power promise, and energy than most countries and is the world's biggest greenhouse gas emitter. We can't effectively tackle climate change because the US military is privileged to get away with not properly reporting your impacts on our native species and our people and our aina. I call for a thorough evaluation of the environmental impacts of your training areas, including greenhouse gas emissions and its contribution to climate change. I do not want my grandchildren testifying at another one of these meetings in 65 years. For once in your harmful history, may you be able to make a decision that can begin to restore generations of eha. Something our keiki, you can actually give something to our keiki to walk on without fear of unexplored ordinances and land they can feed off of. It's time for the US military to leave. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you very much. 159.
Good evening, everyone. Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
My name is Misty, and I'm a member of Anakbayan Hawaii. And we stand in solidarity with the people of Hawaii to end the military leases and return Hawaiian lands to Hawaiian hands. For context, I spent my early years here on Oʻahu until I moved back to my homeland in the Philippines. It is with this perspective that I have seen just how the United States and its military holds control over all aspects of life, whether it be through the economy, through politics, or even through the media. I have seen the imprint that the US military leaves and how decades upon decades of work is not enough to clean up the mess that they make. More so, I have seen how their presence is in direct opposition to the sovereignty of the people. The thousands of pages of the draft EIS could not even begin to encompass the extent of damage that the US military has done and will do should these leases be renewed. Even as RIMPAC is ongoing, we know that the US military has and it will never be true stewards of the land like they like to claim. You, in fact, are the biggest polluters on this planet. The most important thing I have seen, though, in my past few years is that how the people have stood up and fought back against the US military and their occupation in Hawaii. All of the people here today is only a small part of the larger movement that is fighting against these military leases. In 1991, in the Philippines, the people successfully kicked out and banned US bases during the lease renewals, and they're still fighting until today. And I am sure that soon enough, we will see the day where the US military is not just out of these 6,322 acres, but out of Hawaii entirely.
Thank you very much. Number 160.
Tapu moe aina Maui o Kahuku moa, pia mohono kanaka aui talu mei mua. Kai ata pia ngofua e haofanga ke tala noa ke whanua o Maui mohina. I begin with a Tongan salutation, paying homage to the deep respect to the sacred Aina of Kahuku, known in Hawaiian mo'olelo as Aina Maui, or the land of our deified ancestor Maui. My name is Dr. Tevita O. Ka'ili, originally from Tonga. I'm now a resident of Kahuku, having lived in Kahuku for over 20 years. I'm also a professor of anthropology and cultural sustainability at the Brigham Young University nearby. More importantly, I hold the ancestral title Maui, the same title held by ancient Maui, a common ancestors for Hawaiian, Tongans, Maoris, Samoans, Tahitian, Cook Islanders, and many of the people of Moana Nui. Maui and Hina are my 36 great-grandparents, establishing me as having thousands of years of ancestral tie to this aina and to the rest of Moana Nui Akea. As a direct descendant of Maui and Hina and a contemporary holder of the Maui title, I vehemently oppose the renewal of the military lease on this Kahuku training area. Hawaii Mo'olelo recounts that Kahuku was an aina leva, a floating land, until one day our ancestor Maui, or Hina in other versions, capture and securely anchor it to Ko'olauloa with a sindit cordage, a aha, and two massive hooks, polo and kalo. According to the cultural impact assessment portion of the EIS, there are 6 wai freshwater sources in this KTA project area. 2 of these freshwater sources, Waiale'e and Pahipahi'alua streams, impact the Kolo Pond, where Maui placed his kalo hook to anchor Kahuku to Oʻahu. This is an important impact that many of us see when it rains, heavy rains here. As a kia'i protector of all the aina and culture of Maui and Hina, I cannot risk the contamination of Kalo Pond on the 6 or any of the freshwater sources at KTA. Therefore, I strongly oppose the renewal to protect the wai sources of current and future generation. We must avoid repeating the desecration and poisoning of the wai at Red Hill. The U.S. military has not been a good neighbor or steward and has never returned Hawaiian lands in healthy condition. The U.S. military is an illegal occupier, having participated in the overthrow of the Hawaiian kingdom and continue to occupy Hawaii through their military bases and exercises like RIMPAC, which desecrate, destroy the land, the sea, the marine life of Hawaii. Lastly, it is appalling to use the sacred aina of Kahuku, Makua, Kawailoa-Poamoho, Pohakuloa, and any of the bases to train soldiers to go abroad and kill people. U.S. military training in Hawaii continues ecocide, destroying the ecology, and ethnocide, erasing the culture of Hawaii, in preparation for genocide, as seen in the plight of indigenous Palestinians. This is Hevaloa. It is time for the U.S. military to clean up the Kahuku military area, Makua, Kawailoa, Poamoho, Pohakuloa, and any other bases, and return the land stolen from the Hawaiian kingdom to the Kanaka Oiwi, Kukiai Oʻahu, Kukiai Palestina.
Mahalo. 161. Number 161.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Oriana McCullum. I grew up in Kahuku and I raised my voice here. Today I stand with all Hawaii people and Kanaka Maoli in solid support of returning this land to the people of Hawaii. This is the land in Article 12 of the Hawaii State Constitution to be held in trust by the state of Hawaii for the benefit of Native Hawaiians and the public. When property is held in trust, it is the state's fiduciary duty to ensure that this property has the highest benefit in favor of directly benefiting the beneficiaries. It seems highly peculiar to me that the EIS doesn't talk about the best use of this land for Native Hawaiians and the public, and openly admits that the greatest benefit to the people would be not to renew the lease. The bottom line is that this land must directly benefit the people of Hawaii. And as has been stated in the EIS, it does not. Leasing this land to the military does not directly benefit the people. I want to ask you 5 questions. Some of this has been already addressed, but some of it may not have, and I hope that all of it is fully addressed in the final EIS. How can a renewal of the military lease of this land directly benefit the people of Hawaii who value land above all else, when the military has repeatedly shown to be destructive of the land? At Pohakuloa, with the mess that has still not been cleaned up, at Makua Valley, where a recent explosion sent a grounds worker to the hospital, at Waikane, where the land was condemned rather than cleaned up and returned as promised, Pearl Harbor, Red Hill, Kaho'olawe, the list goes on and on. Continuing the lease of public lands to the military supports a condoning of destroying the lands of these islands. How can a renewal of the military lease of this land directly benefit the people of Hawaii when we have to battle military occupants when trying to rent a home here in the islands? Continuing the lease of public lands to the military condones the impact on the housing crisis for local residents who cannot compete with the richest department in the United States paying for these rents. How can a renewal of the military lease of this land directly benefit the people of Hawaii who pay outrageous prices for food that is 90% imported when Kahuku training area alone encroaches on 13 of the ahupua'a that community plans such as the Ko'olauloa community plans seek to restore use of for the productive sustainability that once existed. Please allow me to finish. Thank you. I apologize. This is really hard for me, so I appreciate your patience. Thank you. A continued lease of public lands to the military opposes the goals of the island community plans to ensure that sustainability. How can a renewal of the military lease of this land directly benefit the people of Hawaii when the only 2 registered sites of Native Hawaiian history in Kahuku are restricted because of their location within Kahuku training area, along with many other Native Hawaiian historic sites restricted within these lands? A continued lease of public lands to the military means continued closed doors to the evidence of Native Hawaiian history in Kahuku, and as well as all of the places that these exist. The last question is to be addressed under the alternative of returning these lands to the people. What state inspections are being conducted to ensure that when these lands are returned to the people of Hawaii, that they will be returned in good repair for their future benefit? The Department of Defense has repeatedly shown that they are unwilling or incapable of repairing the damage they cause and cleaning up the mess they make on the lands they occupy. The lease made public at Pohakuloa, that I assume would be the same for all of the 1964 $1 leases, requires that you keep these lands in good repair for the future use of the people in Hawaii, people of Hawaii. So what state inspections are being done to ensure that? So those are my questions. Thank you for your time. Malama Aina.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 162.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. My name is Secretary Will Whitewash, U.S. Navy. I'm glad to know you. I came out here to help y'all because it seems we might be losing the battle for hearts and minds in Hawaii, and I am worried. In the Navy, we had to double our PR budget to counter these cancel RIMPAC protests that have been absolutely huge. I'm here to counter the negativity because I know you have your hands full. I'm trying to convince these good people in Hawaii that the leases should be extended. They don't seem to understand how necessary these leases are for America to remain number one. I try to explain to them that as a superpower, we have created 4 Superfund sites right here in Hawaii, and over 1,300 Superfund sites in the U.S., over 600 more throughout the world. But they say, we don't want that, Secretary Whitewash. You need to clean up those hazardous waste sites here and everywhere. In our culture, we respect the land and the water. We want to avoid another catastrophe like Red Hill. I tried to explain to them the importance of American freedom and the permanent war agenda. They say, we don't want that, Secretary Whitewash. We want to live in peace. We want to protect Oceania, where our ancestors have lived for millennia. I tried to explain to them that nothing will cure your depression, your anxiety, or your erectile dysfunction, like destroying an entire ecosystem. They say, we don't want that, Secretary Whitewash. We want green jobs that promote justice and equality between the genders and the cultures. You know, these cockamamie ideas, they're getting them from books, from TikTok, and from Hawaiian studies. I think that y'all have to do is to include some of the cultural mumbo jumbo in your message, okay? That way everyone will see how sincere the military is in our commitment to the greenwashing program. My suggestion for your next
Secretary,
campaign,
I do need you to
U.S.
wrap it up.
Army bombing Hawaiian land in the spirit of aloha. Or maybe, U.S. Army, we're here to malama your Aina. Thank you for your time. Please find me at hashtag Will Whitewash. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Secretary. 163. Okay. Could you boost it? Okay. Start talking and then we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
One-
Aloha kako. My name
Aloha.
is Yoko Liriano, and I am a member of the Hawaii Committee for Human Rights in the Philippines. I was brought to Hawaii in the 4th grade because my father was in the Navy stationed in Kaneohe. I grew up in military housing in Salt Lake until my family settled in Kapolei. As a Navy brat, I actually loved military life, not understanding and not even wondering why places we enjoyed were off limits to Kanaka and local residents. And I admit, even as a 5th grader in 2001, I was lured and intoxicated by the ultra-American nationalist show of power, watching fighter jets spin above with the rousing music, with the red glare of fireworks burst in the air, giving proof that the flag was still there. But despite being raised during the extremely rabid patriotic fervor of the 9/11 period, my eyes could not remain shut to the contradictions of watching U.S. military aggression cloaked in lies about freedom and democracy while living in the actual landscape of a stolen sovereign nation. The U.S. military is not here to protect the people of Hawaii. It's here for its strategic military interests with zero mind to ecological, cultural, or humanitarian damage. We've all heard from Navy Secretary Will Whitewash, who, even via parody, highlighted the twisted logic and empty promises often used to justify the continued military occupation of these lands. The military loves to boast about creating Superfund sites and spreading hazardous waste. But these sites are scars on the Aina, and the catastrophe of Red Hill is a stark reminder of the persisting dangers of military occupation. How can you talk about defending freedom when the people here are not free, when their lands are used as geopolitical pawns? Not to even mention all the people around the world who end up as collateral damage for the US agenda devouring everything in sight. How can the people be free if the actual people of this land do not even have access to their own heritage lands? If you want to protect Hawaii, Secretary Whitewash, and all the fake, nice military figureheads, then clean up your mess and leave. Listen to the voices of the people who have had enough of their land being desecrated and their waters poisoned. Genuine security comes from clean water, healthy land, and strong communities. In fact, if the US military were not here, Hawaii wouldn't even be a target. The narrative of protection is absolutely false. What the people of Hawaii need is a genuine commitment to the well-being of the Aina. To be someone who actually cares about Hawaii, you have to wholeheartedly support and contribute to the active struggle of Kanaka Maoli to reclaim and wield their collective power and demand the return of these lands to its rightful stewards. This change will only come from our people power and grassroots movements. We must unite and take back the land for the people, not for imperialism and war and destruction, and by any means necessary. Together, we can evict the military in Hawaii and build a future rooted in justice, sovereignty, and aloha aina. Thank you.
Mahalo nui. Thank you very much. 164.
Aloha Maika Ko.
Aloha.
My name is Joy Lehuanani Inamoto. I am the Executive Director of Hawaii Peace and Justice. I want to lean into justice a little bit. I can't believe the audacity of us having to provide testimony for you, when you all should be providing testimony to us. You are the ones who owe an explanation to the people of Hawaii for the years, the centuries of desecration you have brought, going back to Schofield. I want you to think about how you all arrived in Lahaina while everyone else got $700 and you secured the area over our bones. I want you to think about how you fire into conservation zones of our birds, how you land in our aina, how you devastate us. You break our hearts. It's amazing to me that you can sleep at night. You have no right to be here. It is time for you to leave, and I think some part of you really knows that. The state had no right to give you anything for $1 because it is not a state. We are always and will forever be Hawaii. And we Kanaka are not ever going to give up. I want you to know in the core of you that we are going to get our country back. We are going to get our country back, whether it's 2029 or 2040, we're going to be here. So when we talk about peace, we are the ones who have always kept us safe. We keep us safe. The U.S. has only created problems, devastation, and brought war to our aina. It is time to go. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Thank you very much. 165. Okay. 166. 165 comes, well. 166. Okay. 167. Did somebody just pull a bunch of tickets? Okay. 167. Okay. 168. Ryan, was there somebody who pulled a bunch? Ryan? We had 4 skips? Okay. 169.
Aloha, Maikako.
Aloha.
My name's Dave Mullenix. 74 years old. I've been around a little while, and never in my entire life has the U.S. military ever protected me or the United States of America. The last time the United States of America was attacked was 1941, and we've never been attacked since because there's a little thing called mutually assured destruction. This big fear about China that you're trying to put out here to all of us, that, oh my God, we've got to have the military out here because of China. China has never attacked the United States. We have 800 military bases around the world, 800. Our biggest so-called enemy is Russia. They have 20, and they're all surrounding Russia. Ours are surrounding Russia in the entire world. China, this big fear of China, they have 1 military base outside of China. This is the big fear we need the military for. The military, we don't need the military to protect us. You have never protected us from invasion since 1941. It's a waste of billions and billions of dollars. Now back in 2015, I think a few people have been here in 2015, the U.S. Army was going to move out of here a little bit. I think 20 or 40,000 folks were going to leave because the base here was kind of irrelevant for the Army because it doesn't make any sense to have the Army in Hawaii. The Army is for big military battles like across Europe or maybe China. But China, we're never going to fight a war with China because China will have nuclear weapons. So this whole lie that you're here for national security, we already know, you've proven to us, national security has nothing to do with the people. It's all about protecting your assets or your asses. The assets is all you're concerned about. We can all drink jet fuel. You could care less. We could all die from PFAS poisoning. It won't faze you a bit as long as you protect your assets. And that is really a crime. So We don't need you. You're not helping us. It's a huge economic burden to us for you to be here. You say you're going to bring money to us. We don't have enough places to live because your people are giving huge amounts of money, which brings up our rents. We don't have enough housing because of you folks. And so we ask you, no more leases. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. 170.
Aloha kākou.
Aloha.
Okieni ko inoa. No wai manala maiao. I'm against the renewal of any lease across Paeana, Hawaii. The U.S. military is the greatest threat to life to the people of Hawaii. No other nation on earth has stolen our land, poisoned our water, and displaced our people at gunpoint. Only you. Only the United States of America. And now you ask us, a population driven into poverty as a result of your policies, our opinion on the renewal of a lease on land that you stole, that you bombed, that you poisoned, and that you refused to pay for the lease of. In honor of our Ohana and Waianae last night, I ask everyone in this room to stand up if you're against the renewal of this lease. Aloha aina. Aloha aina. Aloha aina. I love you, Uncle Kauka. The only conversation we should be having tonight is to set the timeline for the deoccupation of Kahuku and to ensure that there's a budget created to ensure that every bullet fired and every bomb exploded in this region is cleaned up. You stand here tonight as the representative of a commander-in-chief that is actively committing genocide in the world. The only pono thing for you guys to do is to look in the mirror, find your values, and turn in your uniforms. And make sure that you clean up on your way home. Oni pa'akako.
Mahalo nui. 171.
Aloha. My name is Terry Galpin Pregene, and I stand here before you as a representative of our dirt bike community up at Kahuku. Just a little bit of backstory. Our park has a revocable permit with the state, yet the military controls when we can open and when we can close. The Kahuku Dirt Bike Park is the only legal place that our 4,000 members can ride legally. By the end of 2024, based on your military training, we will be shut down a total of 5 months. Yet we are responsible for the erosion control, we are responsible for the invasive species, and so on. What we pay a month in rent to the state is 1,000% more than what you pay all year. We are a small, volunteer-only based community. I lost my place. We are the ones cleaning up after each of your training. We find razor wire, thousands of MREs. This last training, our volunteers had to take care of razor wire in our kids' track. And this is after we were told everything was cleaned up. We are the ones who a couple of years ago, when the fire broke down allegedly by a resident shooting off illegal fireworks, it was our volunteers riding their dirt bikes to the top of the mountain, digging holes and putting the fire out when the residents of Kahuku could get no help. In spite of what you said, sir, in your opening remarks, our concern is that the military will gain more control and completely shut our park down. During the land board meeting a few months ago, the chair asked, how do you work with us? And the response was, please let me finish, Kehal. And the response was that you work around our schedule. That is not true. We are told when we are to close and when we are allowed to open. So in closing, for us, we stand on the grounds with everybody here, everybody who's been attending the meeting so far, that we do not support any lease renewals, land swaps, or any type of land deals. It's time to return all of this back to the people.
Mahalo. Thanks, Carrie. 172.
Mahalo. Aloha mai kako, dignitaries, Colonel, and Major, Lieutenant Colonel, sorry. Your sidekick, right? Okay. All right. I just want to say that you guys can stay here, you know. But I guarantee you, since you know what happened last night in Waianae, you know what everybody's saying here, the consensus here is people are injured, in pain, mentally, spiritually, physically, emotionally. Because of the U.S. military, they're on the front lines. Queen Liliuokalani yielded to the superiority of the military, U.S., but that doesn't mean we're not at war. So I suggest, if you know Howley soldiers, go downtown, run into local boys, big Polynesian boys, and not get scrapped. I suggest you start somehow working with the Kanaka Maoli here, the Polynesians. I highly suggest you start listening and allowing them to go on to Schofield and clean up and inspect their aina and their burial grounds. Allow them access. Because you might as well make this one hazardous duty, because we are in a civil war here. They don't want you here. They didn't want my soldiers. They didn't want my soldiers here, my Howley soldiers here. Not welcome. You can stay here. But it is a hostile environment. You bring your domestic violence over here with the soldiers. My classmate was murdered and chopped up and put in one garbage can. This is what the army does now. This is the heva our soldiers are bringing here. You know what's going on. You're the commander. You get all these reports. I know you do.
I'm sorry, I need you to
The
wrap
military
it up, please.
police. But we on Hawaiian time, right?
There's a lot of people waiting to go tonight, please.
Are they combat veterans?
It's just people from the public who would like to speak.
Well, they're going to speak, aren't they? Because we're on Hawaiian time, just like last night. Because if he stay here, he's going to know what he's facing, what his troops face when they come out here to the Kahuku training grounds. They're going to know the intel. They're going to do the reconnaissance of the land. The people of the Aina here, right? This is what you're facing. You're sex trafficking of the Hawaiian women by the military here. It's a problem. We talked about the youth suicide. We talked about all that last night. So take it seriously. This is serious shit. This is like war crimes. This is hostile. This is war. It's heva. You go back, tell your generals, you tell Biden, you tell all the Secretary of Defense, I don't care. You tell them all how hostile it is here. I know it's hostile here. People here are very calm. But underneath, there's a lot of eha and aggression. A lot of, I don't want to say hate, bitterness, broken heart. Like Princess Ka'iolani died of a broken heart because the land is connected to everybody and the people. Once you realize that, you just might get a light bulb going on in Washington, back in the Pentagon. Mahalo and aloha.
Mahalo. Thank you very much. 173. Okay, 174.
Hi, my name's
Aloha.
Alex and I work in Kahuku. I'm a community organizer with Affirm Hawaiʻi. We're a transnational feminist organization committed to the liberation of women, girls, and gender-expansive kin from the violence exacted by colonial institutions that desecrate sacred land and leave its original caretakers destitute, like the thieving United States. I'm here today to voice our strong opposition to the retention of the U.S. Army's lease on state land, all 6,322 acres of which and more are actually land that was stolen from the Hawaiian Kingdom. These lands are sacred. They have been lovingly tended and cared for millennia prior to U.S. contact, Western contact. They hold the stories of descendants who have lived here and do live here to this day despite its increasing difficulty. From the poisoned aquifer to the unexploded ordinances that litter the grounds, the U.S. military has proven time and again that they do not respect our most precious resources. The women of Affirm are daughters and granddaughters of picture brides and comfort women. As transnational women, we know that the sexual exploitation of our foremothers comes as a result of military occupation, war, and conquest. I am a second-generation Filipina immigrant. My family is from Pampanga, the Angeles City, which is closest to Clark Air Base as a major American military base in the Philippines. I grew up hearing stories riddled with the horrors enacted upon the women and girls in my province, and it's well documented that military presence in a region guarantees an increased demand for commercial sex, which places women and girls in the community at risk of sexual exploitation. As a resident of the illegally occupied Kingdom of Hawaii, I can't help but draw parallels between these military occupations and the devastation that they wreak upon women, girls, and our gender-expansive family. The generational trauma that the body can and will remember. We say no to retention because we know that the violence enacted upon land and water will always come back to burn the women, girls, and Mahu community. I'm almost done. We say no more war, land back, bodies back, no to retention, protect our waters, protect our daughters, invest in taking care of the people through food sovereignty, fully resourced schools, accessible health care and housing. Community care will bring safety, and community care will bring safety, not military conquest and warmongering. The land remembers its people, and the U.S. military is not and will never be for this land. We demand, in conclusion, end the Army's occupation of any of the state lands at Kahuku, clean up, restore the lands, and immediately return it to the stewardship of Kanaka Maoli, the rightful stewards. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. 175.
Hello, my name is Rose Elevitz. I'm a Haole settler, and I stand in solidarity with the many Kanaka who do not consent to the U.S. military's theft of Crown lands and strongly oppose any lease renewal grants to the U.S. military. As you have demonstrated over the past 131 years that you are incapable of contributing to a healthy, safe, and secure environment for all beings who inhabit the land, waters, and skies of Hawaii. As the multiple Kanaka Kama'aina and your own EIS report have stated, your illegal and unwanted occupation here in Hawaii has detrimental consequences. It is also important to note that your EIS report is incomplete, as you have not only exploited and desecrated Hawaiian land and family structure through your war training, the actions taken place in Makua, Kahuku, Schofield, and all Hawaiian land the U.S. military has stolen has enabled you to export the same violence and destruction to Iraq, Vietnam, Palestine, Afghanistan, and all other places around the world where the U.S. military seeks to bloody its hands for financial and political gain. For example, in 2003, members of Malama Makua found white phosphorus casings discarded in the Sacred Valley. This is the same white phosphorus being sent in aid packages to the Zionist entity called Israel, where it is deployed on civilian populations, who are then choked and burned to death by this weaponry. For your environmental impact survey to honestly reflect the damage it inflicts upon the environment, every person killed, every child orphaned, every bomb dropped, every cultural site destroyed, every tree, plant, and animal incinerated as a result of the weapons testing here on Oʻahu by the U.S. military must be accounted for in this survey. Every military member, troop, battalion, etc., that was trained on these lands and then exported to fight in brutal wars to enact this harm globally needs to be incorporated in the EIS for it to be an honest and thorough display of the U.S. military's intentions in Hawaiʻi. By occupying Hawaiian land, you not only do you force Kanaka and the people of this Aina to endure homelessness, poisoning, death, and grief for your own greed, you also exploit this land as a launch pad to inflict the same pain onto innocent civilians and communities around the world. You are no friend to the environment, and the only way you can begin to repent for all the pain and suffering you have caused is to return the land back to its rightful stewards and pay for a full and thorough cleanup of your mess. Free Hawaiʻi and free Palestine. Thank you.
Mahalo. 176.
Aloha, mai kako.
Aloha.
My name is Julie Warwick. I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace Hawaii and have lived in Hawaii for the last 10 years. I'm here as a descendant of peoples who were forcibly removed from their land, survivors of attempted extermination, in steadfast solidarity with Kanaka Maoli to demand all lands being occupied by the military be returned to Hawaiians and that no leases be renewed in 2029. The entire time your business in Hawaii has been about what you can take and take and take, what you can exploit, what you can extract, and never about what you can help, what you can nurture, what you can leave better than you found it. And that's because the culture of the military is the culture of Western imperialism. It is the culture that is quite literally killing us all around the globe. So I want to take a second to talk about solidarity. Your military is in solidarity with France, a country currently murdering people in Kanaki and thwarting all aspects of their indigenous sovereignty. And why? For nickel, for strategic interests in the Pacific. Your military is in solidarity with the Indonesian military, who has killed over 500,000 people in West Papua since 1969. And for what? Gold, copper, land. Your military is in solidarity with Israel. Estimates are currently that 186,000 Palestinians will be the death toll if the war stopped today, if the genocide stopped today. Everyone in this room has watched for 9 straight months as children have lost limbs, babies have had their heads blown off, children have been starved to death, people have been burned alive in tents in safe zones, hundreds of reporters have been massacred to hide this reality, all made directly possible by the US government and military and the testing of weapons in Hawaii that have been sent to Israel. What do they all have in common? Money, natural resources, and geopolitics meaning more to you than human rights, than human life, than human dignity, more than the health of the planet and her agency, her protection, more than protecting all the vital natural resources and making all life possible, you try to render life impossible. And so we will never be in solidarity with you. We will resist you and everything you stand for until our dying breaths. A few more minutes, 1 minute. And you want to sit here and tell us you care about safety, about human life, that any of this is for the people. Your job is solely to protect a world of exploitation, greed, power, and wealth for a select few, and you're willing to kill literally anyone who gets in the way, destroy the entire planet for infinite conquest. That's who you are to us. We, the people, we stand in unbreakable solidarity with each other against oppression, and those who are settlers stand in unbreakable solidarity with Kanaka Maoli, unbreakable solidarity with their epistemologies, their leadership, and their visions of the future. They belong to this Aina as the Aina belongs to them, and you have done enough without their consent, with brutal force. Hawaiians never gave the consent for these lands to be taken, and you have lied time and again, showing you cannot be trusted. You will never be good stewards of land because you are only death. You are only destruction. The people will always win, and life will always win. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 177.
Aloha, my name's Mia Lisa Otis. I thank you for coming again, but I really want to direct my attention right above you in that camera where the generals are at home, sitting comfortably. Some people that couldn't attend tried to call the number provided, and the phone lines are only open from 4 to 9 p.m. And why does the in-person testimony list start with the number 81? Are you trying to cheat the count of testifiers to meet the consultation requirements? I am disgusted that there's less than 5% of land that is being returned to the state in your EIS. It doesn't make sense to not give unused land back. I would like a list of all warfare, including chemical agents, that were or are still being used. Are you doing something illegally that you don't want us to find out about, like you usually do? And I just want to repeat some of what I said last night, because some of you in the camera might be hearing wah, 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 wah. But please take us seriously. I hope these testimonies aren't falling on deaf ears. Speaking of which, what have you done to include those who don't speak English and need assistance, like the federal ADA law requires and state requires? Where would Indigenous people be able to see this in their native language? Where can we get a copy of the entire EIS in Olelo, Hawaii, not just a summary? Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. 178, please. It was just the tickets we used. It's just the tickets we used. That's all. I mean, it's really not insidious. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's the tickets are, so every single person that speaks is registered, and those comments are included in the final draft, so there is no extra comments.
Yeah, it's not a new role, so the role's been used before. Okay. Go ahead. Oh.
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh. My name is Louisa Kiawe, and I am a Kanaka Mo'oli. I can prove who my heirs and who my ancestors are. But tonight is not the night to share with you. This is the proper way. Aloha mai kākou, Kanaka Mo'oli, and Hawaiians and visitors. Mahalo nui for your time and presence here tonight. First of all, I oppose renewing your lease because it does not exist. What you create can be burned. That's so how our land been burned. Our land been dug. Trespassing our iwi kupunas, our historic, our sacred lands. So know that this meeting is actually should be the other way. You should be standing up to us while we listen to you. To ask, not force, be prompt. And then the word respect. I don't know what that word means anymore when I'm standing in front of people, standing in front of the army. That's not even listening. And make a dare that you guys only might. The word is not return. The word is, it's time that all the militaries of every service need to put all your okana together and depart safely from our island, every island, especially Oʻahu. This island looks so terrible that it looks like when I fly in on the airplane, it looks like a plague. all along the coastline, from Honolulu to Waikiki, and right around. What's so beautiful with all these buildings? And I can imagine what you guys have been building. I mean, I have seen it. So it's time. That's the word. You guys have no permission. And all your proclamation is not so as what we were taught. We were taught how to be humble, how to listen, and how to ask permission. So that was not given to us from in the beginning, and so it's not given to you folks. So do not say we were not disrespectful tonight. Do not say we don't understand, because if you can prove to me you have an heir from our ancestors here, you can show me the paper, then I listen, the pala pala we call it. If you don't have nothing to show, it's time for you guys to go. And if you guys disapprove it or whatever it means, you guys come up with excuses or reasons or what you guys intelligent think of. Those lands, if you guys don't remove yourself from it, it's going to be cursed. And I'm not saying cursed to where it's going to affect us, because it's been too long already. The people have already already stated, already given warning, already told you guys way back then.
Can you please wrap
So don't be deaf. Don't be ignorant. E mahalo kia kua for all those who stand this day to see that you guys, it's time. Not go. Actually, I will use a nice word, disappear.
Mahalo. Mahalo, 179. $179. Okay. 180.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
My name is Melissa Ka'onohi Commit. I live here and reside here in the beautiful side over here in Kahuku. I'm a mother, a teacher, community member, and I'm also standing here before you representing La Hui Foundation, which is, I am one of the 5 directors formed here, right here in Kahuku. I am speaking for our community, our La Hui, our kupuna, my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren, when I say a'ole to extending military leases on Hawaiian Crown lands. The U.S. military has abused and contaminated our lands, poisoned our people for far too long, for the price of $1. $1 to bring in your soldiers, trample on our native forests, bring in invasives and destroy our precious soil, $1 to displace Hawaiians and local families. This is not a landlord-tenant dispute. This is theft and abuse. And today, you're in Kahuku. Here in Kahuku, we do not idly sit silently observing this great heva. This is not a real estate transaction that was done just a generation ago between 2 parties that did not have the best intentions for the people of these lands. I have personally sat in meetings with the military representatives as they told me that they wanted to be good stewards of this land. I'm almost finished. But instead, the U.S. military continues to leave their opala, abuse our aina, and show no action to move in a positive direction of actually doing what is right by the land and the people of this place. Our aina needs time to heal. These leases began in bad faith without the consent of those state was supposed to represent. This is a decision that is greater than one single person to have the final determination of. This is a huge opportunity for the military to do what is the right thing and begin reparations to the rightful heirs of this land. Like our brothers and sisters from Waianae that came before you last night, we stand firm in our conviction to say, a'ole to the extension to military leases. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Thank you very much. 181.
Aloha, o wau o mahina ka me anoha a makuhuku. Ku e mau no ka ho'o lima lima Amelika o ku'u kulaivi.
I oppose the extending of military leases on Hawaiian Crown lands.
Mahalo nui, mai ka'i. 182.
Aloha, my name is Jessica Dos Santos. As an educator, I had the privilege to access Makua, and one of my students asked, how can the military look at this beautiful place and think it's a good idea to bomb it? And I urge my students to envision how even more beautiful it must have been before the bombs exploded, before the fires raged, before the invasive species colonized, before the sacred water sources were desecrated. Imagine when the people lived in harmony with the Aina. But we are done just imagining. We want action behind the apologies. And it starts with the ending of these leases. As a lifelong resident of Kahuku, I have been traumatized by the sounds of machine guns popping off, helicopters flying right above our homes, shaking the walls, and being woken up by bombs going off in Wahewa. When I go to the beach, I am greeted with a sign that says that my son might encounter UXOs while he plays at Malaikahana. My heart breaks because I know that the training that you do here will be used to slaughter and destroy indigenous peoples and ecosystems worldwide, to line the pockets of greedy corporations and the military-industrial complex who profit from war and sadistically glorify the genocide and war and violent occupation they do. The genocide you are committing in Palestine is unconscionable. I am in strong support of the no-action alternative to land retention at Kahuku, Poamoho, and Makua. The U.S. military has a shameful history of grave negligence in Hawaii. The poisoning of kapukaki with jet fuel and forever chemicals is just one example. The U.S. military is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, exacerbating climate change and all the residual catastrophes we are already suffering from. With 34 Superfund sites across the Hawaiian archipelago left not remediated, the military's track record proves that it fails in stewardship and breaks its promises. On the other hand, Kanaka Maoli have a 2,000-year track record of steadfast malama aina. They, therefore, should be the stewarding of the aina, should be under ownership of them and their leadership. The no-action alternative must come with the Army fulfilling its responsibility to fully fund and carry out the comprehensive cleanup and restoration of all lands they have desecrated, no matter the cost. This effort must fully address all of the cumulative environmental, cultural, and social impacts, including of those adjacent so-called federal lands controlled by the military, all of which the EIS shamefully fails to do. In closing, no amount of PR and propaganda can cover up the scars and open wounds of 131 years of illegal occupation. The world's largest imperial power, with all its guns and its bombs, is not bigger than the love and aloha the people of this place have and will continue to have forever for this aina and for each other. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. 183. 183.
Aloha mai kākou.
Aloha.
My name is Ulise Funaki. I am a kupa and kama of the Waimanu and Waipio valleys on the island of Hawaii. But for the past 8 years, I've been a resident here in Kahuku as well as in Laie currently. O ko'u mana'o, o ka mea I loko o ko'u pūwai, a ole pono ka ho'ai ia, ka ho'ohou ia, na lease a me ke la mau mea a pau no ka pu'ali ko Amerika. I just wanted to add my voice to the resounding chorus of no, to no more leases to any of the military units and the military machine of the United States of America here in Hawaii. I am a firm believer in what was taught to me by my kupuna, that the way in which you malama, the way in which you relate to and treat the aina, is the way in which you relate to and treat people. And the United States military has not been a very good caregiver of the land, nor has been a good neighbor, a good occupier, whatever you want to call it, of Hawaiian people, or people in general here in Hawaii. The United States military has been a main contributing factor to the fact that Hawaiians always consistently show up in all of the negative statistics in our society, whether it's lowest income, lowest education, houselessness, etc., etc. And that is because of our distance from our aina, put on because of the military. We're not afraid of being attacked by anybody else when you were the first ones to attack us anyway in 1893. Makes no sense. And even when the Japanese came and attacked Pearl Harbor, they weren't attacking Hawaiians, they was attacking Americans. They weren't attacking us. So to have this idea that we need to practice war, my mind thinks back to Auntie Loretta Riddy's comments back in the 70s for Kaho'olawe. Instead of practicing war, why not practice aloha? Why not practice love? Why not do something that's actually beneficial for our people and for our aina? Because all the things that you do is a lie. The way in which you malama the aina, the way in which you have related to the aina is nothing but death. And so you've put that on all of us as well. You have no care for us. This facade that you have, this militarism facade that you say you will care for the people and help the people and want to benefit the people, when we know the only thing that you've brought since your first coming here, 1893, is death. So I just want to mahalo to all of our hoahana, all of our ohana from all over the moku for coming into supporting this area. Again, I'm not a kupa, I'm not of this area, but I'm a descendant of this aina, and I just want to add my voice to the chorus. A'ole. Ola kala.
Mahalo nui. 184. $184. No? Okay. Is she 184?
Aloha, my name is Elena Bryant. I'm an attorney at Earth Justice, and our office has been involved in environmental review processes and litigation related to the Army's training areas across Hawaii Pai'aina, including Makua, for decades. And our office has raised serious concerns about the manner in which the Army conducts activities in these culturally and environmentally sensitive lands. As a threshold matter, we kāko'o the community and emphasize the clear community position that the continued military occupation and use of Makua, Kahuku, and Poamoho training areas for military training is hewa and should cease immediately. Our office submitted comments during the scoping review period raising numerous concerns that have still not been adequately addressed in the draft EIS. I won't detail them all tonight, but I will quickly note a handful of egregious oversights that have not been adequately addressed. The EIS fails to address impacts associated with the U.S.'s involvement in the illegal overthrow of Hawaii, the continued military occupation, degradation, and desecration of kingdom lands, including state-owned lands, inflicts severe cultural and psychological harm on the Native Hawaiian people who were unlawfully dispossessed of these lands. This has not been adequately addressed in the EIS. The no-action alternative must consider, but fails to consider, the substantial benefits that would come from terminating military occupation and use of state-owned lands. Decades of military occupation have destroyed habitat and the endangered and imperiled species that rely on that habitat. It's caused extensive erosion and sedimentation, noise, and contamination of our lands and waters. Ending leases would confer substantial benefits by preventing further degradation and would trigger the Army's kuleana to clean up these lands. The Army's lease has largely put public trust lands off limits to the beneficial use by Native Hawaiian community and the general public for generations, and severely limits access to cultural, subsistence, and recreational purposes. And often the Army suddenly and unilaterally shuts down public access altogether. The analysis of alternatives and mitigation measures in the draft EIS, or lack thereof, are insufficient to minimize impacts of continued military occupation and use of these lands that the Army seeks to retain. Lastly, I'll note, we're also greatly concerned with the Army's proposed land retention methods, all of which are incompatible with existing law and the state's obligation as trustee of our public lands and public trust resources. When the Army's lease expires in 2029, the current military training activities are prohibited unless one of the Army's proposed land retention methods are approved. The first method, a new lease, requires that the conservation district rules be amended to specifically allow for military training. These are the laws that are meant to protect important natural resources that are essential to the preservation of our natural ecosystems and the sustainability of our water supply. To amend these laws specifically to allow for the destruction, degradation, and contamination of public trust resources contradicts the express purpose of state conservation rules. It'd be a gross violation of the state's public trust duties, and it would set a dangerous precedent of amending rules to legalize prohibited uses. The second method would be a land exchange, and to the extent that the Army has any surplus lands available for a potential land exchange, under Public Law 88-233, the U.S. government is already required to convert any surplus lands in its possession to the state without monetary compensation or consideration, making any potential surplus lands unavailable for a proposed land exchange. The third method is a purchase, and the alienation of any public trust lands for a real estate transaction would result in the permanent loss of land. This is inconsistent with the state's public trust duty to preserve trust property for the use and benefit of Native Hawaiians and the general public. So in sum, the Army's proposed land retention action has potential for lasting impacts on present and future generations and necessitates full and meaningful analysis of impacts, alternatives, and mitigation measures, which is grossly inadequate in the current draft EIS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 185.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Andrea Woods, and I am the probably sole supporter of the renewal of the military lease at the Kahuku training grounds. I believe the military needs to be in a state of readiness for all of its operations, and the training grounds are an integral tool for troop preparedness. Stewardship of the land is of vital importance, and the state must make its standards a condition of the lease. I feel that compared to the state, the military is better equipped both financially and with manning to act as land stewards, although from what I've heard tonight, that's many people disagree. But thank you.
Thank you very much. 186.
My name is Dr. Line Noe Mimea Cruze. I live in Kawailoa. I am testifying against the U.S. Army retaining any state lands anywhere and outside of the 3 installations, including the 3 installation, or otherwise using the lands for secret Army installation and combat readiness training, as your website states. I am against retaining all the land. I am against retaining most of the land. We are here only for the 3 installation sites, which, as you said earlier, is 6,322 acres of state lands. But the entirety of the U.S. military leases is 18,000 acres, which we have yet to discuss. I'm testifying in strong support of the no action alternative, no retention of state lands after 2029. As a planner by trade, it is highly manipulative of your U.S. Army's website that hosts the EIS description They call their continued state land lease simply a real estate action. Look it up. I was born in 1976 here in Kahuku. My entire life, as was stated earlier, all I've known is the Army that uses this land. They come in with a lot of guns and their convoys right here in the cafeteria in Y building and W building, the administration. You can hear the helicopters. You can hear, you can hear all of these helicopters and Army training. You cannot access these lands for $1 because you require more lands to access the lands in what you use for the lands. Question, does anyone know over 60 years what these lands are actually used for, the land uses? And any time has the U.S. Army given any of us any substantial evidence as to what the land uses are, what it was before they landed here, or what they're using for right now? Anyone in this room? Well-being. I am a graduate of Kahuku High School. My 4 children attend this school. Right here in this cafeteria is where they eat. Question raised earlier. The Army and the EIS constantly talks about historical. I'd like to talk about well-being. For those of us that use these lands, what do you use these lands specifically? In the Army website, there is no detailed, except for maneuver, access, and training. What do you use these lands for? How can we, as Joy animated earlier, provide evidence or talk about the impacts to environmental devastation at diverse lands if we have no idea what your lands, how you're using the lands, and who is using the lands overtly and covertly? This is highly improper for us, and you expect us to provide testimony for things you've never provided us information about to begin with. There is no public information on your website, on the U.S. Army website, on the state website, on the federal website, on what exactly lands here in Kahuku or KTA have been used since 1964, 60 years. Anyone here know what these lands are used for? In terms of 1,150 acres of how much of these lands are used with expressed and lease purposes, how can you evidence to us what the biodiversity or what the priority for Army maneuvering exercises, defense sites, when dealing with basic military transportation? What has the military provided to our community? What is the comprehensive, spatially explicit analysis of its land use change, biodiversity content, when it comes up to right now, 60 years to July 11, 2024, the EIS is not for me to prove to you what damages to the lands. It is what for the Army to prove to us how you are going to leave the lands, how you received it before you landed. There is no Army installation in all of America where the lands were left before you arrived. Therefore, the community does not have to prove the negligence or your negligence to what is happening to the lands and how it's impacted adversely today. The Army must prove that to us. If after 60 years you have not done that, I will absolutely take no action alternative, and everyone should, because it's your kuleana to provide that evidence to us, not stand here and provide that to you. This is ridiculous. Mahalo.
Mahalo. 187. Aloha.
I'm not big public speaker kind person, so I'm one of those weird people that always sees positive. And so I want to plant for you the seed of what positive would happen for you if you did not have this lease renewed. Consequence. There is nothing more important in military training itself than understanding the nature of consequence. And if you, a bad tenant, are allowed by this landlord, let's call it, yeah, to renew your lease, you will not learn consequence of what your actions should have. And so, as a mother, teacher, ex-military, I tell you, it would be good for you to lose this lease, to learn the consequences of your actions, and to install that into your training. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. 188. 188. See 188? Hello, 188.
Perfect. Good evening. I'm
Aloha.
Stan May from Sunset Beach, and I'm in favor of the renewal of the leases for the military. I strongly support the military. I think there's a lot we take for granted. We have the freedom to come to a community meeting like this, our freedom of speech, okay, to express our opinion. I think we take a lot for granted. Military is putting their lives on the line every day. My parents fought in the Second World War. I lost an uncle, and he has a memorial at Pearl Harbor, you know, fighting for those freedoms. If you look at your other options, okay, China under Xi or Russia under Putin, you wouldn't have the ability, you know, freedom of speech. And how would the Kauai community have done? During World War II,
let him speak,
yeah,
please.
During World War II, it was a struggle against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. If Nazi Germany had won that war, I can tell you, we would not be having a community meeting like this. And I really question how the Hawaiians would be under that kind of a system. When we became a state, there was a referendum, and over 90% of the residents of this state were in favor of that. And I think that that would be the same today, to continue to be part of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 189. 189. Okay. 190. 190. 191. 'Aloha.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
Everybody. I'm not from Kahuku. I'm from Hawaiian Homestead. And I want to thank the people of Kahuku and this area for allowing this to be a communal meeting. Okay. My name is Lei Nihiu. I'm not standing alone per se. I'm standing with the 40,000 signatories to the Ku'e position, my ancestors, for which is giving me authority to speak today. And added to that is the 40 generations. I stand on the EV of my 40 generations who also giving me the authority to express my mana'o to not renew the leases, no sale, no extension, and the U.S. military got to get out of Hawaii. You're no longer welcome into our house. You came to our table. We greeted you and did all the wonderful things, but you spoiled everything. So you need to leave. I'd like to also, to all the speakers that also stood up here tonight, tomorrow night, and last night, who spoke in opposition, that I stand in solidarity, my family and the 40,000 to Puna, and all those who are in support of no more leases to the United States military, okay? We're carrying that. I'm standing alone, but I am not alone, okay? Also, that gentleman, he brought up something pretty interesting, you know, he said that whole referendum thing, that's bullshit history, okay? They immigrated the people here just for that vote, okay? Because that's going on in New Caledonia, okay? They're immigrating people to change the vote over there, okay? But what is really interesting about the World War II that he decided to bring up, I was going to let that thing go, but I'm not going to let it go now, okay? when they went drop the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, yeah, the atomic bomb and the hydrogen bomb, the maker of that bomb was what? Oppenheimer. And so instead of dropping the bombs on the people who started the whole thing in Germany, where was that tactical decision there? It was not a tactical decision. It was definitely influenced by racism. And that's what we experience here. We have a history of military-backed racism in our government, and all through the generations, I myself have experienced that in my own family. My brother joins the military, he comes back hating Hawaiians because he couldn't be a Hawaiian while he was in the military, and he couldn't be white because the white people thought he was too dark, the black people thought he was too white. So he grew up hating Hawaiians. So that's your history, not our history. And for the two sisters who brought up the most important points, I mean, everybody brought up important points, but the one that brought up about the EIS inadequate, right? It's under, it doesn't have all the research. That needs to be thoroughly given more substantial evidence to what you're doing. And the Aratita that was high school mother of 4 who raised her kids, she's right. Military has never provided any information about what they do with our lands. And here we have to prove ourselves why we need the land. You folks have yet to show your aloha. I was there when they tried to stop the bombing of Kaho'olawe. I was a failed illegal access, though, but we tried to stop that bombing. Took a good 30-something years to do that. So we want to stop any renewals, any more destruction of the military influence on these islands, and return it to where it belongs. I stand with my tupuna. I stand with my great-grandfather, who was also knighted by the Queen, to uphold that Constitution. So here I am. I am the evidence of why I have to stand here and take offense against you folks.
Mahalo. Mahalo nui. Thank you very much. 192. 192. Okay. 193. Yeah, okay. 192?
What's that? Yeah, I'll speak loud enough. Okay. You guys can, Aloha, e Hawaii.
Aloha.
My name is Ernie Foster. I'm a descendant of the Kawailoa-Poamoho ancestors. We're the family that refused Kamehameha to be part of the Na'apio class that existed in Hawaiʻi during that time. We need to understand that tonight's meeting is really a farce because the government of Hawaii and the military has already signed a lease. Yet they want to have this public hearing to appease the public to thinking that you have a voice for what's to happen in the future. We need to understand the real history of Hawaii and what really had occurred. From the beginning, when Hawaii became a territory of the United States, the military was a strong arm of the sugar and the pineapple corporations at that time. When Kahuku was overthrown by Sanford B. Dole and the plantation owners at that time, the military were the bullies that took over the land from the people of Hawaii. And we need to understand that process from that time that led to where we are today. The corporate America and the military had exploited the people of Hawaii of becoming puppets of the American government. And we need to understand that clearly, because when we see our brothers and sisters going into the military and coming back being maimed Vietnam, from World War I, World War II, and all those times in the fastest war that occurred during that time. Yet even to today, we have our sisters and brothers going into the military and coming back not being represented well by the Veterans Administration. And you can talk to these veterans and they'll let you know clearly what has happened into the military and what they have not done.
Sir, can you please wrap it up? Sir.
The confiscation of the prime agricultural lands that has occurred because the military has taken some of the most primary lands in America, here in Oʻahu, and also in the neighbor islands as well. And we need to understand that process again, to knowing clearly why we're fighting against this kind of military process that they think we should follow.
Sir, can you
Hawaii
please wrap
was
it
a
up?
sacred place at one time. The people themselves were sacred as it was. Much more than we believe what they were, even to today. And we need to understand that whole process.
Sir, I do need you to wrap it up, please. Please.
Schofield Barracks and Kolikoli Pass. This was prime lands that the Hawaiians used. The Everplains, and definitely what happened during those times of the Kawailoa-Poamoho. Many of the Hawaiian villages and the heiaus were destroyed by the military. And we need to understand that clearly. Why are we fighting against this kind of misleading measures by the military? We should not be fooled by what is going on, even with the American, or should I say, the corporate media saying that they're doing us a favor. Yet we all know clearly, and the majority of us in this room knows clearly what we're
Sir.
being misled.
Sir.
The destruction of the plants and the herbs that existed in Makua Valley and Honolulu Valley. We need to understand what happened during those times. The people of this land that existed before the military took over. It was such a beautiful place to live in. Yet we don't even see that from our times, but we have to go back to history to really understand what was going on. And we cannot let the American press to suppress the history and the reality and the real truth of what happened in our history. I say this to everyone here, that it is our responsibility to find out what really happened. Because if you do find out what really going to happen, you'll be just as angry as I am right now, and knowing that we should organize among the people to fight against this kind of misleading leadership that we are having here in the Hawaii government.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
So it's really, really important to understand clearly that these folks up here are just part of the military, and they don't care about the real existence of the Hawaiian people and their culture.
Thank you, sir.
We look at Pokai Bay and what has happened in Waianae there. They destroyed the bay because the Army Corps of Engineers went there to build that seawall. And yet the seawall today is not effective in any way whatsoever, and it's not safe. Even before they built that wall, the Kapunas and the natives of Hawaii and Makua area told them it's not going to work. And you think the military was going to listen to them like they think they're going to listen to us today? No. We need to understand clearly, that don't give up the fight that you have in recognizing how important the Hawaiian culture and its history being so significant. And for our youngsters and our generation to follow us, that they will carry fire and the torch to make sure that they themselves will continue to make sure that in many ways that we can get the military out of here.
Sir, we have a lot of people who are still signed up.
Barbers Point and the contaminated waters in Barbers Point and its existence that's going on right now. We need to understand clearly that that land and that area was so precious of a place that people lived in Hawaii. Yet we look at today's times, here even in Kahuku, up on the hillsides, we got these military maneuvers going on that is destroying the herbs and the botanical enrichment which exists here, right here in our own lands. Yet you think the military cares about it? No way. So we really should think about what's going on. Kohoʻawe was destroyed. Our sisters and brothers today are being sent out to fight the rich man's wars. And I say the rich man's wars, but that's what we're out there to fight, for the corporations to continue to exploit and oppress the people that they happen to be occupying of these lands, like they did to the Hawaiians as well. And last but not least, what is going on right now in the Red Hill tanks, and knowing that the Navy continues to lie about what happened in these situations. And yet they're coming out with these so-called studies saying that, oh, don't worry, the water's fine. But the Board of Water Supply is coming out with their own investigations, and they know clearly what's going on with these aquifers. So we need to understand even more, to go out among the people, organize among ourselves, organize those that's out there that don't know what's going on. To everyone here, power to the people.
Thank you. 193.
Aloha mai kākou.
Aloha.
O ka imi pono hano hano ko uinoa. No maui mai au, a ka no nae noho au ma ka a'awa I kia maula. So aloha, my name is Kaimi Pono Hano Hano. I live in Ka'a'awa, but I'm from the island of Maui. My father comes from the island, from this island, from Punalu'u, in an ahupua'a called Papa'akoko. I stand here before you representing my ohana who is unable to come here. I have children who attend this high school, and I encourage you to allow them to give testimony, not tonight, but another day, because their voices need to be heard. They will be the ones that will have to deal with your effects as well. So I just want to bring up a few things that has happened on the island of Maui that I've lived through. The building of the Daniel K. Inouye telescope. And then also the leakage of fuel that happened on that mauna, and that my grandmother had to drink the water that was contaminated. My grandmother and my mother had to live through the bombing of Kaho'olawe like many other people's ohana. They have memories of tremendous trauma from that effect. We cannot forget that wasn't long time ago that happened, but our families are still dealing with that. And then we also need to remember our brothers and sisters in the Marshall Islands. They reminded us at FESPAC of your relationship or your bombing that you did in their islands. And we will not allow that to happen here. In closing, know that I'm here by myself tonight, but I have 5 children that I'm raising to know that you are corruption and they will not be fooled by your tactics. And I just want to close. E iho ana o luna, e pi'i ana o lalo, e hui ana na moku, e ku ana ka paia.
Mahalo nui. 194. Oh, hello.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Konanga Moala, and I am 8 years old. I live in Kahuku, and I go to Kahuku Elementary, and I will be in 3rd grade. I oppose the renewal of the military lease because I love the AINA, and we need to take care of the AINA that will take care of us. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui, mai ka'iloa.
Hi, my name's Hoku.
Hi, Hoku.
And I'm 5, and Ahole.
Good job, Hoku. Thank you very much.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Emily Moala and I go to Kahuku Elementary School. Aole to our military leases because we need a malama or aina. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Thank you very much.
Malalele and aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Atalina. Today we gather to address a critical issue that strikes at the heart of our communities, identity and future. The renewal of the military leases for the Kahuku training area. This decision isn't just about land use, it's about the restoration of culture, ancestral knowledge, and our sacred connection to the Aina. For generations, our ancestors have stewarded this land, passing down not just physical spaces, but a profound understanding of how to live in harmony with nature. The Kahuku training area, with its rich biodiversity and cultural significance, stands as a testament to our heritage, a heritage that is now under threat. The military activities on this land disrupt not only the natural environment, but also our cultural practices. Our sacred sites, gathering places, and places of ancestral significance are at risk of being desecrated or lost altogether. The noise of artillery shells shatters the tranquility that once defined this place, and the environmental degradation caused by military exercises threatens the very ecosystem that sustains us. But today we stand united in opposition to the continuation of these leases. We demand more than just recognition of our concerns. We demand action to restore what has been lost and protect what remains. Our culture is not a relic of the past. It is a living, breathing part of our community today, and it deserves to be honored and preserved. Imagine a future where the Kahuku training area serves as a beacon of cultural restoration and environmental stewardship, a place where traditional knowledge is shared and celebrated, where the Aina flourishes under our care, and where future generations can learn from the wisdom of our ancestors. Let us not forget that our responsibility extends beyond our own lifetimes. We are custodians of this land for those who will come after us, and it is our duty to leave behind a legacy of respect, harmony, and sustainability. In conclusion, I urge to heed the voices of our community. Let us prioritize the restoration of culture, ancestral knowledge, and the Aina over short-term military objectives. Together, let us forge a path forward that honors our past, protects our present, and ensures a vibrant future for our keiki. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. And thank you for bringing the kids. 195. 195.
Ano ai, ano mai a katoa Pauloa.
Aloha.
O au iho no na kia nai ore, kahi e lele, o ka hare mua o Koʻolaoloa, the only men's group focusing on men's health within the Koʻolaoloa region. I'm grateful to stand here tonight among many of my countrymen of Koʻolaoloa, Kahuku. I grew up in this hallowed hall of Kahuku cafeteria, sat right here on these tables and played trumps with some of the best of friends that I'm still friends with today. That said, I support the military practicing their war games. You guys can start at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest Washington, D.C., 20500. And now to make clear, I'm going to hulikua, because I don't need to speak to you. I'm going to speak to the lehu tonight, the lahui. I'm going to remind you guys a little bit of why we're standing here, taking a part of this piece of crap process. You already know, but some need helpful reminders. And it's all because some Kanaka have taken the cheese. And that's why we call this the Mickey Mouse process. Because somebody playing Mickey Mouse games with us. And we could give them Mickey Mouse ears to wear tonight. But we already can identify them. Wearing camouflage. Anyway, that being said, in light of FESPAC just happened. Certain individual from Samoa had reminded us that in Samoa they remind daily their youth that their identity is not negotiable. It's not negotiable for us either. Keoki Helm had told us and reminded us that no matter how many times you bomb, you desecrate our aina, we're always going to show you the value of aina. Many of us have provided reminders tonight to live with aloha. Sometimes aloha is not friendly, not happy, and not welcoming. So in the words of Uncle Skippy, keep your middle fingers current. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. 196. 196.
Aloha mai.
Aloha.
Ko mera nia ke kaua, tōku ingoa. No Aotearoa, tōku whānau. Ko Moitane, a Dudley ke kaua. My name is Merania ke kaua. I'm from Aotearoa, but I married Hawaiian. And that's my whakapapa to Kahuku. I do not support the continuation of the US military leases on any of the Hawaiian lands, on any of the motu in Te Moana Nui a Kiwa. Okay, you need to go. You've done nothing but desecrate, causing so much harm to cultures that you could have learned from and how to get closer to Te Ariki Nui. You've destroyed it. And yet, the hand of aloha, was extended to you time and time again. But you people takahia stamped on it, on their love. All you could think of was your insatiable greed, as demonstrated throughout Africa Asia, the Pacific, Te Moana Nui a Kiwa. You gotta go. Because I want to tell you something that's very pertinent to this situation. And that is, you did not understand that the aina that you walk upon is sacred. You know why it's sacred? Because it comes from Ke Akua. It has life-giving water. And you people have contaminated the water supply for our tamariki, for our keiki. That's our future. You people do not play around with our future. If there's one thing I know, my iwi, that's Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, we will not take, is that you harm our tamariki. All right? We have bent over backwards because you thought that aloha was a sign of weakness. No, you don't understand the people of this motu, of this aina. They are strong, noble people. And you've miscalculated really badly. And you know what? They're not going to take any more lying down and letting you people walk over them in the name of saving them from harm.
Can you wrap it up?
You need to go because you people have tried to, you have not succeeded. You have not. And if anything that's come of these meetings, Pacific Fest, it's shown a stronger sense of belonging and that we are one. And we're not going to put up with this crap anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kia ora. 197. 197.
Aloha ahi ahi, kako.
Aloha.
My name is Bob
Hey, Bob.
Lino, and I've been going to meetings for over 50 years out here on the North Shore, and some of the best testimony I've ever heard was tonight. There's a lot of thoughtfulness and articulate people in this crowd, and it's really impressive. I'm here to talk about an if. If this negotiation goes to a negotiating table, and if the dollar a year thing kind of like probably isn't going to be talked about for very long, I'm going to suggest, and in your poster in the back, it says that transportation is one of the issues that you address. I live in Pupukea and have for over 50 years, and if there's an incident or an accident or a rock slide, there's thousands of people up there now, and they want to know how they're going to get out of there, and the only answer is Drum Road. In the 30s, the military got a perpetual easement for the use of Drum Road to come from Helimanu to the Kahuku training area. It crosses several private properties, and in the 30s they did an improvement, and every 10 or 15 or years or so they would go in and they would improve that road again to keep it safe. There are a lot of roads back there that were made during World War II that are like, 8-foot deep gullies now. Anyway, there's a need to get into the back acreage. General Drum put that in for a good reason. If the coast highway goes out, you're not going to have any access laterally around the island. There's accesses up Kawailoa, Ashley, Pupukea, and Waimea, and of course down here at Kahuku. Logistically, it would be good. It was good then, and it would be good to have that now. I hope you can put this on the table if you decide that that's one of the things the Army needs to do to renew your lease. There would be a lot of community benefit involved, including not just the community, but the Army also. And, you know, when the Striker Brigade was in there, they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars putting that in. And then the Strikers went away, and then the contractor went away, and the road fell apart. Anyway, it's an ongoing process, and right now it's not safe. If somebody's up there on a rainy day, the chances of they're going over the edge of a cliff and ending up dead at the bottom of one of the gullies, the valleys, is very high. And you guys get your finger in the pie up there. You folks have maintained it for a really long time, and I hope you can continue to do so if you get the lease renewed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. 198.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Chavea Marciana Kauhane Maina Aupo Espinosa Ramos. My ohana has been nourished for generations from the ahupua'a of Kahuku in the moku of Ko'olauloa in the mokopuni of Oʻahu. I come before you today to share mana'o on the proposed renewal of the Army's lease of state land, which are all actually crown lands. I am fifth generational iwi of this wahi of Kahuku, and my kuleana is to ensure the next 5 generations of my ohana can know all of these wahi pana and have even more access than I and the generations before me had. The military has demonstrated that they do not have the capacity to care for these lands appropriately, and therefore they should not be in charge of them. The lands have been mismanaged by the military for the sake of national security. They have been bombed, poisoned, and led astray from what these lands are supposed to be used for. This aina is at the top of our watershed, the top of our ahupua'a. We should be doing conservation efforts in these lands, doing reforestry, looking at agricultural opportunities. We as Oiwi should be hunting these lands as part of our gathering rights. We should be gathering mea from these areas for our cultural practices, caring for the streams and springs. And most of all, Kanaka should have access to these lands to practice our traditional and customary rights, because there is no one better to take care of these lands than us. Traditional and customary rights of Native tenants have been protected by law since kingdom days and is still protected in our state constitution, Article 12, Section 7. Military use of this aina infringes upon our rights as Native tenants to access these lands mauka to makai. My great-grandfather has been kept from accessing what should be our gathering lands. My grandmother has been kept from what should be our gathering lands. My father and my uncles were harassed when trying to access these gathering lands, even when they were keiki on bikes. My eyes have never seen the top of our ahupua'a. I hope one day my keiki will get to experience my wahipana, for them to know the makani and the ua of Kahuku, to hear the stories of the Maina Aupo upena makers who nets fall in the kai like silk, and for them to experience them. I hope for them to run in the upper fields of Kahuku till the sun goes down. I hope they get to know the aina the way I know it, to live in the same place for generations to come. Noho papa. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Thank you very much. 199. 199.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Fisi Piao Germundo, and my daughter said last night, Mom, you know, get a military meeting over there at Kahuku tomorrow night? And I was like, yeah, because we used to do we did the turbines, yeah? We stood up against the turbines, went down the rabbit hole, attended legislative meeting. It was a joke because nobody listened, even though it's good and right. You guys don't listen. So to me, I'm here not to sway you guys, because you guys already know what you guys are going to do or did. I'm here as a witness to the Almighty as a witness to him, because that's who my life I give to and honor, you guys don't have no power over anything. Not you guys, but the military and the spirit that it comes behind. Because it is a spiritual battle, you know, it's good against evil. So it's like, whose side you gonna be on? That's the question we're gonna ask ourselves tonight. Whose side you're on? So it's not against you guys as military. It's the spirit behind what you guys representing, and especially here in Hawaii and worldwide. So I'm gonna read you guys scripture. But I had when they were doing the Mauna Kea, I am not a traditional Hawaiian. I'm Hawaiian, Tongan, Portuguese. And mind you, black Portuguese. I don't know if you guys ever heard of black Portuguese, the Negroes, Israelites. Yeah, God dropped that on me. Unbelievable. But he's so good. He cares for the little, he cares for me. So he showed me truth. Nobody needs to throw that in my, the kind he take care of me. So anyway, I asked him, like, because they were doing Mauna Kea, so I said, Father, if I joined the fight, because I was happy for the Mauna Kea and the Hawaiians. I was like, yeah, go get them. And I was like, but if I joined that fight, because I wasn't a part of it, I said, what would I be fighting for? Because he knows my heart. I love him so much. I said, what would I be fighting for? You know what he said? The land. In his still small voice, he told me, the land is what you're going to be fighting for. Guess what the motto of Hawaii is? The life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. Not what the military say righteousness, what his words say righteousness, because that's the only true word that can give us life in this land is his true word. Other than that, all corruption. I tell you that, if you guys not in God's word, you guys ain't got nothing. It ain't going to flourish. Let me tell you that right now. And I stand on the word of God. I've been through since 2020. My husband, he got sick. He got kidney failure. He had liver problems. I lost my 15-year job. My son passed away in 2021. I have 6 grandchildren that I take care of. But you know what? Still not going to leave him. Because you know why? He don't want to take care of me no matter what it looks like. And even if you guys still here occupying, no matter what it looks like, he's still in control. And he don't want to take care. I'm letting you guys know that right now. Yeah. Let me see. So I'll read you guys the scripture. And you know what? The scriptures is beautiful. Because he's so gracious and loving. Oh my God, he's so gracious and loving, because I ain't perfect. I am probably the scum of the earth. But he look at me because I reach out to him. He loved me so much, and I love him so much in return.
Please, yeah.
For these are rebellious people, deceitful children, whoever speaking to, children unwilling to listen to the Lord's instruction. They say to the seers, see no more visions, and to the prophets, give us no more visions of what is right. Tell us pleasant things, prophesy illusions, leave this way, get off this path, and stop confronting us with the Holy One of Israel. Therefore, this is what the Holy One of Israel says, because you have rejected this message, relied on oppression, and depended on deceit, this sin will become to you like a high wall, cracked and bulging, that collapses suddenly in an instant. It will break in pieces like pottery, shattered so mercilessly that among the piece not a fragment will be found. For taking coals from a hearth or scooping water out of a cistern. This is what the sovereign Lord of the Holy One of Israel says. In repentance, how beautiful he is. In repentance and rest is your salvation. Repent.
Mahalo.
Stop doing evil. In quietness and trust is your strength. And trust in what? Military? No. Most High.
Please wrap it up.
Huh?
Please wrap it up.
I am wrapping it up, sis.
Okay.
Why, you don't want to hear the word of God?
I love the word of
what's
God,
up?
but we have a lot of people who
My God. How many more people get after me?
About 30.
30. Okay, but this one is good, okay? Let me finish. Because you know what? Not too many people I heard talking about God, okay? So let me finish. Okay? In repentance and rest is your salvation, and quietness and trust is your strength, but you would not have none of it. You said, no, we will flee on horses, therefore you will flee, you said. We will ride on swift horses, therefore your pursuers will be swift. 1,000 will flee at the threat of one. At the threat of 5, and you'll all flee away. Till you are left like a flag, staff on a mountaintop, like a banner on a hill. That's what you guys do, yeah, military. When you guys go take over the land, you guys pop your guys' flags over there, claiming them, yeah? But look, that's not gonna matter. Yet the Lord longs to be gracious to you. He's so beautiful, I'm telling you. I don't know why we're not all serving him, like with all our hearts. He's so beautiful. Therefore, he will rise up to show you compassion, for the Lord is a God of justice. Blessed are all who wait for him. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Mahalo. So just a reminder, the first alarm is 1:30, the second is the 2 minutes, and like we just said, there's 30 more people, so if you could please. Number 200. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Eric Paulo, and I've been living in this community for 40 years. And I want you to renew your lease. I'm for it. I have a reason why. But first, I want to talk about, there's so many people in the back here says about unsafe and all that. I used to be a prize fighter. Okay? I used to run up there. The soldier saw me, hello, Shaka. I run back down. I do this most of the time when I was, training. I have no problem with with the soldier, but I have a reason why. This is my reason, reason why I support them. Because I feel like we need space for a young man, young ladies to train, to continue to, to guard our country, I love the United States of America, okay? I put some more, but I'm American. The past is the past, whatever, the hard feeling is. But also want to, I'm also a union member for 40 years. And, military do a lot of, program that support the community. Like I said, I hear somebody talking about Palestine and all that, Yeah, those people are terrorists. I just straight out, okay? They invaded and they're still holding hostages, some of our citizens. That's all I say. I support the military.
Mahalo. Thank you very much. Number 201.
Aloha. I am my father's daughter. His name is Kanaka O'o Ni Aupio. My dad was born at his address is 1845 Maunawili Road. He also passed away at this property. One of the things that my dad experienced was martial law. Military, he came home one day and the military was on the property. And he stood there. He was, of course, angry. Why was he angry? He was angry because the military had parked their trucks on top of his parents' graves. So that's what made him mad. The military was trying to get my father off the property, and he was trying to get the trucks off his parents' graves. So what the military did was hold a gun to his head and said, if you don't leave, we will shoot you. My dad also passed away at 1845 Mononwilly Road. And towards the end of his life, he kind of like joked around about it. So, but tonight, the reason why I'm here tonight is because not only do I want to acknowledge certain areas, which is Kahana, Honolulu, and of course Kahuku. It's loaded with depleted uranium. It is written, I have attended Army meetings on this issue. Depleted uranium is really important to understand what is it and how it does harm an adverse effect on our people. But the reason why I came here tonight, people, I met a beautiful, beautiful woman last night, and she talked about how her husband was in the military. So the reason why I came here tonight, so was my husband. He was the My Lai massacre was in March, and May 13th, 1968 was a call-up. I myself gave birth at ATLR Army Hospital on May 26th of 1968.
Can you please
start to wrap it up, I just want to say that I'm here tonight because this is Kahuku. And the reason why I'm here, I wanted to acknowledge, like I did last night, a beautiful queen from Kahuku. Her name is Irene Primacio. This woman here lived right across the street there. Her husband went to Vietnam, and so did Pakoba. Her husband came home, but Pakoba did not come home alive. I just want to say I was here when Irene lost her baby, her 10th baby, at her house. And I just want to say to all of you, Irene was such a strong, wonderful woman. She was a queen back then, and she kept all of us alive. All of us. I was just 19 years old on May 26th. What I want to say tonight is Irene Primacio was so angry at all of this Vietnam War. Remember, 2 million people passed away
Can you
in
please
Vietnam.
wrap it up?
Irene, the Army called us wives over to Schofield, and so we went to the gym on Schofield. And Irene stood up and screamed and yelled at Inouye. Yes, Inouye was there.
Please wrap
He
it
was
up.
there because our husbands were 442nd. And we were not getting any, well, I wasn't getting any checks, although our husbands was employed and being trained to go to Vietnam. Because of Irene, I was able to find the strength to bring my husband then home. He was in Vietnam, and Congress had passed this rule that if you were in college, you can come home on an early out. Well, thank God my husband was in college here at Church College. So I was able to get him home 3 months after he left for Vietnam. My husband did come home then with shrapnel all alongside here.
Mahalo, can you-
Thanks to Irene Primacio, many of us are doing well. Many of us, our children, are okay. We are hurting, but thanks to Irene Primascio and her strength here, right across the street here, she was able to hold all of us together. And there was a lot of wives out here whose husbands were in Vietnam. So that is why I'm here tonight. I wanted to acknowledge Irene Primascio. She was the queen, and she still is a queen today. There's a lot that I want to say. One of the things that I really want to say here, sir, is not only do I love Hugh Thompson Jr., but John Kerry too. I forgot his last name last night. John Kerry was the one that flew over, he made it to Solomon Islands to stop Linda Lingle from selling Hawaii to Indonesia. But he didn't make it in time. So I believe this is what's going to happen tonight. Those 3 places are going to be landed into the hands of the Indonesians.
Okay, mahalo.
And I also want to say, well, there's a lot that I want to say here. And I think
There's a
I'm
lot
going
of people
to-
who
I
still
think-
haven't gone.
So
Can
the
you please-
adverse here is a lot. It's huge. The adverse here is a lot. These 3 properties needs to go back to the inventory. If not, to the public trust inventory. If not, then the state will be in breach of trust. Then it can decide, the state has to decide what they're going to do. So when your lease is over 2029, that 3 properties needs to go back into public trust inventory. And I'm thinking not that this is what's going to happen. What I'm thinking is going to belong to Indonesia.
Okay.
It's called Indo-Pacific. So I just want to say thank you to all of you for coming here tonight. And this is really rough, I know. And a lot of us do have a lot of past relationships with the military that completely hurt us forever and ever and ever. So just coming here is a healing process. And again, I just want to acknowledge Irene Primascio. Thank you.
Mahalo. If I could ask you all to please, especially those who spoke last night as well, we just want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak. Okay, 202. Hi, Uncle Lico. Hi, how are you? Aloha.
Okay, I was observing everything last night. Mahalo. This is relating specifically to the Crown lands. The Crown land title carried certain specific terms and conditions, including the fact that the fee simple interest is inalienable and private, property of the royal domain of the Hawaiian Kingdom monarchy. The specific intent of the sovereign of the Hawaiian Islands was to protect those lands from being considered public domain. And, quote, the danger of confiscation in the event of his lands being seized by any foreign power, such as the Republic of Hawaii or the United States of America. Legal expert for the United Nations, Professor Desaias, in 2018, issued an unclassified memorandum to the United Nations, to Secretary Guterres and all of the member states, describing that situation in Hawaii as a nation state that is under a strange form of occupation by the United States, resulting from an illegal military occupation and a fraudulent annexation, as such, requires that governance and legal matters must be administered by the application of the laws of the occupied state, not the domestic laws of the occupier, the United States. Stating further that the ongoing plundering of Hawaiian Kingdom private lands by the legal systems of the United States and the state of Hawaii calls for an immediate investigation and intervention, holding willful participants to be held accountable to U.S. federal and international law. Professor DeVias actually assisted in a call for review of historical facts surrounding UN General Resolution 1469, which recognized attainment of self-government for Hawaii, big question mark, revealing the deception that took place on the part of the United States in 1959 by intervention in the political affairs of the islands, by the imposition of an uncalled for and inexpedient assumption of a protectorate over the Hawaiian people by way of a provisional government instituted by the U.S. Congress by an act to provide for the admission of the state of Hawaii, placing the people of the Hawaiian Islands under a provisional government, aka state of Hawaii, not of their own choosing, being a military power against which they are powerless to protect themselves. And that while under this power, the Hawaiian people, despite the apology resolution, have not yet been afforded the opportunity to institute their own form of government. And these circumstances should not be regarded with indifference by the government of the United States or the United Nations. In closing, I wish that gentleman who spoke of Nazi Germany was here, but I'd like to read to you a situation I used to describe the underlying problem and situation in the Hawaiian Islands. There is no exaggeration made when recalling excerpts from the statements of Justice Robert Jackson before the international military trials at Nuremberg. One of the sinister peculiarities of society was that the state itself played only a subordinate role in the exercise of political power, while the really drastic controls over society were organized outside its nominal government. This was accomplished through an elaborate network of closely knit and exclusive organizations of selected volunteers, oath-bound to execute without delay and without question the commands of the leaders. The country was subdivided into little principalities, and every such community had its recognized party leaders, party police, and its undercover party spies. The whole formed a pyramid of power outside the law. The primary vice of this web of organizations was that they were used to transfer the power of coercing men from the government and the law. Liberty, self-government, and security of persons and property do not exist except where the power of coercion is possessed only in the state and is exercised only in obedience to the law. Realistically, the apology resolution has not appeased the Hawaiian people, nor has it resolved the land issue or ended the cause for restoration of independence. Yet it is remarkable that the native and part native inhabitants of the Hawaiian Islands, despite the opposition, interference, and seemingly insurmountable odds, have through the last 5 decades arduously experienced a profound renaissance of culture, language, and political organizing, and are deserving of reward. In recognition of the historic role of the United States to carry forth the mandate of the Treaty of Versailles by underwriting the formation of the operations of the United Nations at the end of World War I, it is recalled that on 9 December, the United Nations adopted the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, being the first human rights treaty unanimously adopted by the General Assembly, entering into force on 12 January 1951.
Uncle, please wrap it up
Yes,
if you can.
I am
Thank
closing.
you.
Thank you. The Genocide Convention authorizes the mandatory jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice to adjudicate disputes, recalling that in 1960, the South African government was expelled from Namibia because it did not have a treaty of annexation and was found to be enforcing policies of apartheid. By distinction, exclusion, restriction, and limitation based on national origin, race, color, ethnicity, and religion, which parallels the current situation in the Hawaiian Islands. The United States became a signatory in 1986, codified the convention, and is known as the Proxmire Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Uncle. You look lovely. Sure. I can absolutely do that. Okay. I can flail? Okay. I could use the stretching. Okay. I will flail at 1:30, and then you will have to stop at 2. Thank you. 203.
I think it's the perfect time now to let everyone just stretch so they can wake up, including you folks, so you guys can pay attention as we try to wrap it up and really pick up on the points.
Are we all gonna stretch?
It's okay, you have my permission, you can.
I'm stretching.
And I'm really, and I'm really curious, are you really writing notes, or is that like
no, I'm writing
doodling?
No, it's notes.
Notes? Okay, good then. Okay, wake up everybody, even in the back. That way we get them to pay attention.
Everybody's standing up.
Stretch. See? Woo, feel good, huh? Feel good. Wake up that brain. See you later, baby.
Okay. Home stretch.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
That doesn't count on my time, right?
That does not count on your time.
Okay, guys. Now. I'm just kidding.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Ready.
My name is Linnell Damati. Everyone calls me Auntie Linnell. I was born and raised here in Kahuku. I'm the youngest of 11 siblings. I graduated back in 1974. I know everyone's trying to do the math. I'll help you. I'll be 68, okay? So anyway, a lot of the comments that were made by people that's lived here a long time, I should have spoken up at that time when she asked for, when that beautiful young woman asked about if anyone knew anything that was going on at the time. Back in the 60s, ordinances back here in the Kahuku area, at that time, you guys were already leaving your opala. You know how I know? Because my oldest brother, being a boy, being curious, checked out that pile of opala, and he ended up getting burned. His whole half of his body caught on fire from all that gunpowder, and he ran from what we used to call Red Hill, if anyone's familiar with the tracks back here. He ran from Red Hill and Tent City, because that's what the soldiers would live in, right, when they were training. So he ran from there all the way to Kahuku Hospital with his skin just sloughing off. So that, leaving you guys junk, it's a long time ago. It started a long time ago. Hala. Anyway, I do agree with a lot that people said tonight. And you know what? I really practiced for tonight. I wrote things down, what I wanted to say. But in order to avoid being really redundant, what I did want to point out is that I recommend to you, sir, that when you do your introduction in the beginning of the meeting, I'm going to ignore that one, the introduction, you need to leave out that part that you say you guys clean up. You guys never clean up. So you need to take that out of your introduction. And you need to also advise that commander of the whole Pacific Fleet, In Sunday's paper, he mentioned about how they clean up. You guys never clean up. So the footprint that you guys leave, all the military branches, starts with colonization, forced assimilation, desecration, and destruction. That is the footprint of the military. And no matter the continued lies, the continued deception will not wash away. Because you know why? We all see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 204. And just a reminder, I will flail at 1:30, and then the alarm goes off at 2.
Okay. Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Makua, and I am a proud descendant of the native people of these islands. Today, I am here because my journey really started. My kumu is sitting in the back over there. Kaleolani Hano Hano, she is the reason why I stand here before you. She was the person who woke me. And I would like to say, I reiterate everything I said last night. You have my paper. I would like to say, though, November 1888, King David Kalakaua said his final words to the Honolulu magazine, and he said, "Tell my people, I tried." These were his last words to us, and these are my last words tonight. As the kupuna to the next generation that's sitting over there behind me. Oh, wait, they went leave. Anyways, to the next generation, this is us fighting for you. This is our try to give you a future. When they say history is about the past, it's about ancient debris, it's about dates, it's about times. It's not about the dates and the times and all of that. History is a dialogue between the future and the past. So when we stand here and we tell you these events that happen within our past, we have a way of looking at time as we look to our past to know how to move forward. So when you look to your past and you see what's happened, what would your forefathers do if they were in this situation? Would they leave? Would they tell their people, hey, this isn't cool? If the British were to say, I'm gonna bomb this place, I'm gonna use this place to train, I highly doubt that America would take that, right? So why would we? Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Thank you very much. 205.
Thank you. Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Rachel from the Kona and Prudential Ohana. I come here today and I hold space for those who come before me, those who come after me, and those Hawaiians who wish to be here but had to leave due to cost of living while you access land for $1. A 65-year lease will be coming up, and when I think of that, I see my great-grandfather, Pilikona. My great-grandfather who made his signature of mark on Kauai's own Ku'e petition. What is that, you ask? A list of Hawaiians who opposed annexation in 1897. When I see 65 years to the future, I can only see and wish for these lands to be filled with Hawaiians. This is our homelands, and these lands need to be given back to the rightful dwellers. So 65 years is what you ask of again. This lease should never have been given to the U.S. forces in the first place. These are crown lands, which were to be set aside for Hawaiians, koko. 2024, I stand here and verbally oppose your annexation in this day and age. You are not tenders of the land, but rather destroyers of all that you see, touch, and walk on. So please leave and take your opala. We have been showing you aloha, but this reign is over. The next generation and generations to come after is a keiki of immersion, charter schools. May they raise up to be warriors. And one more thing for side note, you people behind their selective services, I am a mother of 3 children, 3 boys to be exact. My son just turned 18 years old, and your letter came to my door. That is a threat. No children of mine with Hawaiian blood will ever serve your white man forces.
Thank you. 206.
Aloha mai kākou.
Aloha.
Auhema ke aloha nui kaya Watson ko inoa. My mother is Naia Lewis. My father is Merlin Keiki Watson. I come from Kuli'o'o. I am against any extension of any military lease on Oʻahu or in Hawaiʻi. And these are some of the reasons why I say that. When I went to Ko'olave in 2022, I saw that aina. It was ripped apart, gutted. And when I saw that land, all I knew inside of my na'au was pain. I knew deep in my na'au that it was wrong. And when I hear the lies, blatant lies, and disregard for our land, it makes me sick. I laugh at you when I hear you speak about wanting to take care of this land and conservation and otherwise. When you yourselves admit that your presence here will have significant adverse impact. Hell, I don't even have to listen to you. I can just turn my ear to the people of Kahuku when they tell you the same thing. When I hear the report from the Committee of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women that showed me that the average person to be a victim of sex trafficking and assault was a 15-year-old Hawaiian girl that lives near a military base, I felt sick. I have a Kanaka mother. I have a Kanaka sister. I have a Kanaka lover. And I know every day that the reality of that report does not stop just because those people are close to me. They are in danger because of you. And that's why I say no more leases, no more backhanded deals, no more occupation. E ora ka la hui.
Mahalo nui. 207. 207. Okay, 208. Hello again, Senator.
Tonight, different place, different time. You guys not listening. Nobody there, nobody here. So I'm gonna turn around, like a lot of brothers and our family, to the people actually listening. Dawn Chang is our sellout. She had a chance to kill this in a board meeting. I couldn't attend that meeting, but it was all trickery. She never tell you guys and our neighbor island guys that she had an appointment with them at that meeting at 2 o'clock. And everybody came from the neighbor island of crack of dawn. I couldn't because I was in committee hearings to be there. I wanted to be there. But then I was getting texts from her own board members on the tragedy that she was trying to underhand do in front of their members. Because all of you left, because you guys all get lives. They had to go back to neighbor islands. because they get lives. She was trying to do leasehold land, trying to force them to give her the executive permission to go ahead and do this deal without us. That's the reason why I wrote the letter to the governor. And I asked the governor to kick her out, to have her resign, because she does not represent the people that she said she is. That's because she get the blood cocoa. Doesn't mean she representing us, because she not. So we went take to the streets and said, down with Dawn Chang, because she could have stopped all of this. You guys don't have to have been here. Keep to the promise of 2029 and be gone. There's nothing that they did in our lands that was great. Nothing. You guys suffering from the devil weed. Who brought that? Hawaiians? No. They're machines, they're helicopters, they're soldiers in their shoes. How I know this? Because when I first got there, that was Senator Kaikahele, Water and Land, tried to figure out how we going to help them get rid of this, because we couldn't figure it out. They was not going to take care of that. If anybody noticed, this is the most flammable weed out there. And guess where it holds? On areas that we cannot reach because we don't have helicopters. So how are we going to take those invasive species out? Get rid of them. The guy came over here talking about Russia and sorry, I was going to read that, but forget it already. And Russia and Germany. None of them would come over here because they still, to this day, each country still recognize Hawaii as a nation. The only one don't recognize us is the United States. This is not the United States. This is the Hawaii nation. It's our place. They're visitors. And the visitor pass has ended. They need to leave. Okay? Then you guys like say, oh no, right? Military like say, no, these guys won't come. Saddam Hussein, forget what president already. He said this, go Google him. Saddam Hussein told the president, when you unoccupy Hawaii, I will unoccupy Kuwait. This is from a former dictator that died by their hands that respected Hawaii that much. Every single country, Japan, we was not at war with Japan. The United States was at war with Japan.
Senator.
When Japan came here, they never took any Hawaiian lives. I said like that last night at the Waianae meeting. 3 tragedies from my community. Eva Camp accidentally got and passed away. 3 of them. It wasn't deliberate. When we bombed Japan, we was deliberate in putting them to their knees by killing private citizens. That's why they went surrender. Because we was murdering them. Time after time, bullies, United States. Every country, every place they went, they bully. Last night I learned something so much that I could not sleep last night. That those Makua families was threatened by military to move within hours. Who does that? What country does that? America. But we need to educate ourselves. We all need to tell the governor to fire Dawn Chang, put our people in, make sure they protect the Aina like they said, DLNR, yeah, said they're going to take care of this. They're not. They're lying. Like how the other uncle came up and said, pretty much a done deal, yeah? The only way it's going to be a done deal if we lay down. But we need to take to the streets. I'm going to do them. I just was talking to, she went out. I was just talking to Melissa. I live and breathe for that in front of the Capitol. Whether it's get 1 of me or 10 of me, it doesn't matter. Dawn has to go. This lease, the trickery, they said, leases, right? No, that's not what they're going to call them. They're going to call them something else, right? Retention. So when I told Melissa, and I told my family in Waianae, I never know about the meeting. I wrote an opposition letter. I never get no alert. You know why? They didn't put them on the retention. and not leases. So my staff didn't pull it for the leases, because I told them, watch when these meetings come up for lease extensions, because we're going to stop them. We don't want it. Dawn could have done her job and said, you know what? We're going to hold you guys to your promise. We're not going to have these lease extensions or land, whatever they call them, and done. But because somebody, you got to understand, Dawn is a puppet. She's a puppet. Some people are not going to believe that. You know, I know she's from the community around here, but she's a puppet to the governor. That's the reason why she's doing this. The governor already, like they said, is already toasting champagne and caviar. We need to make sure the governor hears us, Dawn Lose Money Chang, and down with her. Because you guys are important. When I was driving into Kahuku from Ever Beach, I went this way. I see the desecration of these ugly windmills that we got sold out. That's the governor calling me. I guess you heard her complaining about him. But the bottom line is, look what's happening to this community. When is it enough? You guys need to heal. And take time to heal. We still never heal from the windmills. And then now you're going to desecrate more? Negative. Negative. So I ask you guys, whenever it's time, let's take to the streets, down with Dawn Chang. If we got to go march her house, I don't know her address, but we can find out. We'll go out there and down with Dawn Chang. Thank you, guys.
Mahalo nui. Thank you, Senator. Number 209. 209. He was 208. Dr. Kajihiro, are you next?
Aloha Kahuku.
Aloha.
Kyle Kajihiro from Mo'ili'ili. Just want to underscore a point that these leases are non-renewable. And it's not even state property. They're the trustee for these lands, which is the highest level of care that is required. As I was driving out here, I saw the silhouettes of this. You have to consider all of these effects on various communities that are unjust, including race, ethnicity, gender, and colonial status. The EIS is also deficient. The EIS is also deficient in the cumulative impacts analysis. This has to look at effects not only in the future, but also the present and the past. It has to look at the effects. It's not just the yellow spots on the map. It's the effects of the activities and how they relate to other spaces. You've heard tonight about how people are talking about how the methods of killing that are perfected in Hawaii get deployed against other peoples around the world. That has to be incorporated into your analysis. And you have to consider the synergistic effects of all of these things combined. So what I think you're hearing tonight in the ehad that's being expressed, in the rage that's being expressed, these are expressions, these are evidence of the cumulative impacts. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples has the standard of free, prior, and informed consent. Your EIS must include that analysis. Probably the most definitive expression of a refusal of free, prior, and informed consent is the 1897 Ku'e petitions. And finally, in light of all of this, the missing alternative that needs to be included is that you clean up and restore these lands and pay reparations for the harm that's been done for over 100 and however many years. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui, Dr. Kajihiro. 210.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
My name is Ruth Bolame, and I began to learn about the Crown lands in 2010 when I applied to OHA for the Kuleana land tax. They denied me. Why did they deny me? They said because the land that we purchased in cash in Pupukea Ahupua'a, Ko'olauloa, on the island of Oʻahu, were private lands of King Kamehameha III that was made inalienable on 3 January 1865, and according to the State of Hawaii Constitution, Article 18, Section 9, the laws are confirmed. Now, if it's confirmed enough to keep me from getting a kuleana land tax, reducing my land tax to $300 a year, why is it that you are saying that this belongs to the state of Hawaii? They confirmed that on June 7th, 1848, the Hawaiian Kingdom confirmed the inventory of Kamehameha III that was guaranteed to himself and to his heirs and successors forever. In Articles 16 and 17 of the 1852 and the 1864 Hawaiian Kingdom Constitution, it says there shall be no laws that are retroactive. So if there's no laws that are retroactive, if the state of Hawaii's own constitution says that we do not, or they do uphold the laws that came before, how is it that these private lands went into a private trust that belongs to the public? Public lands are not private lands. Now, the Geneva IV Convention said that private lands are confirmed to the people. Article 8 of the Geneva Convention says that nobody that's qualified as international protected persons may be coerced or volunteer away any of their protections or their rights, which includes private lands. So I am here as a direct heir of Kamehameha III. Now, I know a lot of people are saying they're heirs, but what determines the direct heir? Well, that's in the 1840 Hawaiian Kingdom Constitution, under the exposition of principles of what created and founded the dynasty. In paragraph 3, it says that Kamehameha III will choose his heirs in his lifetime. He did that in his probate. That probate had 4 people. Only 2 of the people have direct living descendants, and my family comes from one of those descendants. That's Queen Kalama. The other one is Crown Princess Kamamalu. Now, if you're negotiating for lands or leases, you're going to be doing that with the actual owners, not with the state of Hawaii, not with the United States. The United States had no authority. Now, this is important because you guys are making contracts with the wrong people, and you're upholding it, and you hold all the laws against us that you want to use against us, but you're not upholding your own laws. In Army Field Manual 2710, it is the codification of the Geneva IV Convention that gives all of us that are qualified international protected persons, Hawaiian nationals. That doesn't mean just Kanaka. It was who were Hawaiian nationals at the time before January 17th, 1863. Now, all the people that are working Hawaiian nationals, we have international protected person status that you are refusing to uphold. Uncle Liko told you what Dr. Alfred Desaias wrote. He wrote that for my case. For my case. I went all the way to Geneva, to the UN, to speak to the United Nations. And I said, why are they allowed, the United States allowed to do this? Well, they're allowed to do it because they pay the bills for the UN. Boris Johnson, just last month, went on YouTube, and all of you should look this up, and he was telling everybody, you gotta have the United States keep paying for the bombs and all the equipment going to Ukraine, because we must uphold the hegemony. That is white power over the rest of the world. It's shrinking. It is shrinking. You are the minorities. We are the voices of the people, and you're harming us. Each one of you took an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution. And Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, that is the contract clause. That contract clause upholds all of our allodial titles, all of our private lands, that you also took an oath to uphold. Article 6, that treaties are the supreme law of the land. 1849 treaty still is in force. And that treaty, Article 1, says that it was made between His Majesty, the King of the Hawaiian Islands, his heirs, and his successors. I am an heir. You want to negotiate with me? We can start talking, but it's not going to show up the way you think it's showing up. Because we, as the heirs, those are our private lands. And in 1865, on 3 January, there was a law that was passed that made all of Kamehameha III's private lands inalienable with only a maximum 30-year lease. And it wasn't for $1 a year, you know, or for any time. So, you know, you ask us to follow your laws. Within the Dr. Desaias's memorandums, both to the UN members, they're all saying that we are entitled to protections. Our lands are protected. You are supposed to be upholding your treaties. The United States in 1950 signed the Geneva IV Convention that protects all of our private allodial title lands.
Mahalo, please. Yeah.
So, I'm asking you to follow the law, and I am personally, and everybody here, as we're accepting your oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution. That is now a contract. And if you fail to do that, you are doing it in your personal capacity, and you can be held liable for breaking your own constitutional laws. Thank you.
Mahalo. Number 211. Is that you, Mickey? Mikey? Oh, sorry. Mike, sorry. Yeah, are there people who haven't spoken? But Mikey, just go. Are you 211? Just go. It's okay. Is there? Okay, I don't think 211's here, so 212.
Aloha, nice to see you again.
Aloha, nice to see you again.
On box check night number 2. Quick question, where the food at? You know, all three of these are starting at 6 o'clock. You know it's gonna go late. Like the basic, most common courtesy that I hope can fit within the vast U.S. military budget is to provide mea ai for the people who are coming here, right? Especially if we're gonna be here till like 10 o'clock. So like, Colonel McGonigal, how's your note-taking going? Can you add something for me? You get one Costco card? Like on the way to Lelehua tomorrow, if you can stop by P.O. Costco, a couple blocks away from where my grandma lives, you know, yeah, pick up some chicken. It's like $5 still, right? And some pizza, super cheap, basic stuff, yeah? Because if you're gonna try to manufacture consent, the least you can do is try to bribe us with treats, yeah? So, okay, so, like I said last night, we all know this whole environmental impact statement process is total and utter bullshit. But for us, it's a chance to learn from each other, to see each other, and get our voices into the historical record. For you, it's a show you gotta put on before you do whatever the genocidal U.S. colonial project requires of you. The huge military installation in Kahuku, whatever it is y'all do there, serves a similar colonial greenwashing function to the dangerously close windmills sitting right next to this elementary school and across the street from an indigenous bird sanctuary that this community of Kahuku fought to protect just a few years ago. They're both one of the many tentacles of the same capitalist he'e that serves and protects your genocidal U.S. empire, but that empire is falling and its grip on all its colonial holdings is slipping. You see it everywhere, especially in Hawaii. We saw it in your decision to shut down Red Hill, because we all know the real reason why you chose to shut it down, and it wasn't to keep us or your service members safe. It's because community organized and built enough power to scare the shit out of you. We made you fear for these precious military leases, and you hoped you could put us back to sleep by conceding Red Hill. But tell me, does it look like we're sleeping? Nah. So good night. We'll see you on the other side of Empire, but until then, we'll see you tomorrow. Kukia I Kahuku, aloha aina.
Mahalo. 213. 213. So I sent you, you're 213 or 212? Okay.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Ben Schaefer from Kahana. You know, even though everything is pointed in your direction, just know that it's not you personally, but that long history that has been going on for the last 150 years. I am a U.S. Air Force veteran. My dad, stepdad, Air Force veterans of the Army, and my grandfathers are both Navy veterans. So we come from a long line of veterans. Even before that, we were veterans of different, in our own stuffs. But anyway, we love the military. What we do not like is when they go to places and they end up destroying everything. They went to Vietnam, they went every place they went to, they destroyed. There is no place that they built up, right? They did not do, so if you look back at our record over here in Hawaii, Kaho'olawe, what happened to Kaho'olawe? Did they clean it? No. Still all that opala is still on there. When are they going to clean it? They're not going to clean it. Kamaka family in Waihole, they borrowed the land. They said they were going to promise they were going to clean it before they left. Did they clean it? No. Still polluted. They have a history. Red Hill, that's going to be a long time before that gets cleaned out. A long history of polluting things and do not clean it up. Now, what do you think is going to happen with these three places here? Are they going to clean it up when they're done? I don't think so. The record is already there. You already set the record already. So may I propose instead, well, besides being the largest polluter, besides being the largest destroyer of world peace throughout the whole world for the military-industrial complex, may I propose instead that the Department of Defense should be banned and instead the Department of Peace should come forward. The DOD has a record, has a terrible record of killing, destroying, and even our military men and women know that. Yeah? But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up to you folks. The people that have spoken tonight, you could write doctorate degree out of that. They were so intelligent. There is, every which way you look, they got you beat. Every single way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 213, 213, 214, 215.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Candice Fujikane. I'm an English professor at the University of Hawaii. And I'm here to call for no extension of military leases on Oʻahu or anywhere in Hawaii. During the scoping period for this EIS, members of the public identified Alternative 9, no retention, and move all Makua military reserve training elsewhere. What happened? The military decided that it didn't serve its purposes, and so that public input was dismissed, erased. Yeah? So if that happens there, I wonder what happens to all this powerful testimony. We know that these scoping sessions are part of your fulfillment of the National Environmental Policy Act and the Hawaii Environmental Policy Act, that you have to do these scoping meetings. But it's all a farce, as someone has said earlier, it's all a farce. Now, when you actually read the 2,000 pages of the environmental impact statement, it sounds very much like the EIS for the 30-meter telescope. And so many of us stood against that. Yeah? And why is that? It's because it's become an industry to produce these mass environmental impact statements. Basically what they say is, hazardous waste materials. We won't have a problem with that because we will follow federal regulations. That has nothing to do. The federal regulations have nothing to do with preventing the actual hazardous materials being dispersed, the pollution of the water. Just because you follow the regulations for the Clean Water Act doesn't mean that you keep the water clean. And so what it is that if I, as an English professor, I have read the environmental impact statement, 2,000 pages, I would give it an F. Because there is no evidence in there. There is no evidence in there. There's no substantive information about what you are actually going to do to prevent the harms that we know are going to happen. The environmental impact statement actually says that new long-term significant adverse impacts will occur. The only alternative that won't have such impacts is an alternative 9, which would have beneficial impacts for the land and the environment. So we know it's a farce, yeah? And it's just amazing how you can fill 2,000 pages with nothing. It's basically just listing what are the endangered species, what are the risks, but there is no concrete plan on how to address them because you have no plan for addressing them. So again, return the lands, let the lands heal. We are facing a dire future. You see the wildfires across the United States. You see the heat dome. We are going down, but let me tell you, the demise of capitalism is leading to the renewal of indigenous economies of abundance. Kanaka Maoli will survive what the military cannot. So thank you very much.
216, 216. She was 215. Candace was 215. 216. 216, 217. 217, are you 12? Okay. Hi. Nice to see you again.
All right. Aloha kako.
Aloha.
I would like to first mahalo everybody for being here and mahalo every strong voice that has spoken. I'd also like to mahalo my kupuna for being the reason I'm here and for standing on my shoulders and giving me the strength to speak. O Kaehu Helela ko uinoa, umi kumaiva ku o makaiki. My name is Kaehu Helela and I'm 19 years old. I testify before you as one of the many youth that strongly oppose the renewal of this lease and the continued illegal occupation of Hawaii. To begin with, I'd like to express our dread in the future of Hawaii. You've created an environment where kids are unsure of their future, of their culture, of their identity, and of their safety. So many Hawaiians have lived and still live in poverty. And to those that do not, they're barely scraping by as the military is pricing out my people from their own land. And it will only get worse as time goes on. Now, I know you military want to slowly kill us off, and I know that's your ultimate plan, and it has always been, but I want to ask you this. How do I raise a family in this regime we live in? How can I bring somebody into this world where they will die just trying to exist? My ancestors suffered because of you. My ancestors starved because of you, and my ancestors died because of you. They did all of this in the hopes that we would have a future, but you will be taking away this future. Will I have to die because of you too? It is no secret that America, KKK, loves using and killing off cultures for its own gain. It's happened since its very conception, and it's been happening across the world today. the only beneficiaries of the military staying here is the military and the US. You have zero interest in Hawaiians, and as someone before me said, the fact that we are the ones that have to testify to you is the very evidence, the only evidence I need. I know this will likely fall on deaf ears on your side, but I speak to you, my people, to say that, as Uncle before me said, we, the future generations, will carry the fire. We will carry our ancestors' rage, and we will carry Hawaii into a future that is for us and not you. A'ole renewal, a'ole military, a'ole America.
Mahalo nui. 218. 218. 219. 218. Okay.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Melissa Promasio, the Queen's granddaughter, as Auntie says over here. My grandfather, Junior, yes, served at Vietnam, and military has been in our family for generations. I'm the oldest of 10 children, and I have 5 siblings who serve for the military. And I'm a very big supporter of the military. We've also been a 9th-generation family that has lived in Kahuku, so I've lived here practically all of my life. I am on the fence. Do not get mad at me, but I'm on the fence because Kahuku has gone through so many changes that we didn't want, nor did we like, but it was shoved down our throats. And the reason why I'm on the fence is because Kahuku has been my home. My son is laid to rest in the training area. I visit him once a month, and it is beautiful up there. And so I don't know how much desecration has gone, but it's a very beautiful ride up there, and it's a very lonely ride home, because I leave my son. But I can visit my son because it's not developed. People with big money have not bought that land because you guys use it. That's what I'm worried about, is that we are fighting the wrong people. This testimony to you should be to our governor, not to you folks. We're fighting the wrong people. And because the governor, like Uncle said, this is a forced meeting. You guys have to have so many meetings with the community before a deal can be signed. Because I was chair for our Kahuku Community Association. We had to have so many meetings to meet project levels for approval. So I'm on the fence because I don't want development or private owners to come and buy it out or take it on, and then I will never be able to go visit my son. But at the same time, you guys pay $1, or you guys leave trash, or you guys just don't work with us with what we want. So if you guys do, and there's 2 other individuals who brought up, if you guys do renew your retention or your lease, can you guys continue to use only rubber bullets in Kahuku training? Because we don't live with live ammunition going around. I can't say for the other communities that have their training centers, but in Kahuku, we don't deal with live rounds, and that gives me some peace for my grandchildren and the future generations to come. But I don't want to be here blind, and then you guys don't get your lease, and then we have a landfill in Kahuku. How many times is Kahuku gonna have to tell the government that we shouldn't have things that are unsafe for our community in our community? How many more fights, whether you get your lease or not, are we gonna have meetings here in Kahuku High School about our safety and our well-being in our own community? That's where I'm at, and that's why I am on the fence, because I don't know if this is good or bad, because I don't know what the government has cooked up after this. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you very much. 219.
Melissa doesn't have germs. Okay. It's fine. Aloha, my name is Elizabeth Rego Kaili, and I'm a resident of Kahuku. My connection to this aina is deeper than residency, though. As a tangata whenua to Aotearoa, I am Teina, or younger sibling to Kanaka, and as a younger sibling, it's my kuleana and responsibility and my blessing to protect this aina. I've worked with members of the military with PTSD, and many understand their role in desecration and poisoning of the aina, of sky, of mammal, of marine life. Participation in the culture of war can cause a compromise of self-respect and chips away at their very soul, just as the military-industrial complex attempts to chip away at the very soul of the lands and people of Hawaiʻi. The military causes trauma in their own troops, even as they attempt to perpetuate generational trauma of the people of Hawaiʻi. For the same reasons articulated by people more smart and wise than I, a'ole to the extension of military leases. It's time for the military to use the next 4 years to clean up the land and return it to the Kanaka Maoli. Thank you.
Much. Two. Is that yours, sis? Is she coming up? Okay. Thank you for your patience.
Aloha, everyone.
Aloha.
Colonel, we meet again, and you've got a friend. Ma'am, what is your name and your ranking?
Hi, I am Colonel Rachel Sullivan. In a little over a week, I will replace Colonel McGonigal as the garrison commander for Garrison Hawaii.
It is interesting to meet you under these circumstances. I wanted to get to know who you were, as yesterday I introduced Mr. McGonigal to my ancestors, and now my ancestors will talk with yours. And they will go with you wherever you go on every deployment until you help our Hawaiian people get our aina back. In a good way, I know this is heavy kuleana responsibility that you take on as a job. I'm not anti-military because I know in the world there is war. I know that people need to protect themselves, and that's what this is about. Environmental impact, look at the community, the impact of hearing bombs, of knowing that the wind could carry poison. That's the impact, the greater impact, the unseen impact. Just like my kupuna, unseen, but they are here. They're here with all these people. All of the military people you bring here, they all bring their kupuna. And there's a different conversation happening there. Hopefully one of peace. And I hope that in your military service, it is not to fight a war, but to find peace. Senator Favela referred to Saddam Hussein, okay? So quick history lesson, Saddam Hussein, he was from Iraq, he invaded Kuwait, okay? And he made a provisional government. Does anybody know what a provisional government is? That happened here in Hawaii. I'm gonna go over. That happened here in Hawaii, a provisional government, and then fake annexation. Okay, so Saddam Hussein is in Kuwait, and the world, 42 countries, the United States of America, we send in troops. Troops that I assume were trained in these lands on this aina to help a country who is occupied become unoccupied. That does not make any sense. I mean, history, common sense. But we spent years, Persian Gulf War I, Persian Gulf War II. Yes, I have family who served in the military in both of those wars. Maybe you have friends, families, and comrades that you know who have had the effects of those wars. But right now, this state is military occupied. This government is not the government of Hawaii. This is a sovereign nation that has been occupied for 131 years. But the US government wants to go help the other guy get out of the other guy's country who's being occupied by military occupation. This makes no sense. Like, we need to have some history lessons given out to the colonels, the generals, the soldiers, to understand where you stand, where you are. And it's not to say that you're not doing your job because you're doing a job because you need to take care of your family. I get that, I understand. I understand humanity. What I'm saying, if there's anything you take away when you walk away from here, is to know the history of the place that you lie your head at night, to know the history of my people, to know that we're already oppressed, but then we're gonna go help your military, help the oppressed over there. What is going on? Enough military training. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's happening. We need to have some peace training. We need to have some diplomacy. You know, that's the art of compromise, diplomacy. We need to have conversations, face-to-face, tough conversations without guns. Thank you, at least the police and all the guys is actually sitting tonight and taking a relax. But this does not make any sense. We're helping you prepare for war where there is war on our soil. But the Hawaiians are peaceful, so we're not fighting with guns. Again, fighting with our education, fighting with our knowledge, fighting with our prayers, and fighting with aloha.
Mahalo. I need you to wrap it up, please.
I will wrap it up. Again, couple of history lessons. Go watch Saddam Hussein's interview. He said it in an interview. I will deoccupy Kuwait once the superpower of the United States of America deoccupies the nation of Hawaii. We are occupied. So we're actually, this doesn't make any sense. None of this makes sense on like the common sense level. Take that away. I don't know, you probably had to go get educated to get all those things on your shoulders. Educate yourself on history. Which side are you on? Whose war are you fighting? It is not your war. Just leave.
Mahalo. Thank you very much. Number 221. Thank you for waiting.
Mahalo, Keakua, for allowing me to be here to hear all the testimonies tonight. I know it's late. I'm going to try to make it short. My name is Leilani. I'm actually a lineal descendant of Kawailoa, where you folks have your training ground, which is expected to end. I want to say thank you to the gentleman that left that stood up and talked about freedom, which got me to stand up right now because it infuriated me. I'm tired, but it doesn't seem like I'm infuriated. He has no knowledge of the genocide that has happened. You should be well-versed into our story before you come and occupy. As a displaced descendant, two of our ancestral land is in the training boundary grounds of that training ground. But I understand that it's there, but I'm here to oppose because I know what it's like to be displaced. I'm against the renewal. You don't belong here. There needs to be an investigation on the titles. The land is supposed to serve and should serve the people, not the military. It needs to be returned. It is our right as descendants, as beneficiaries, and it's also our human right to thrive, because it needs to just be done, and we need to have a chance. Give us a chance. I don't have the privilege of visiting my kupuna, like the lady, the female here, can visit her son. I don't have that privilege. Historically, the military has been a bad steward and tenant. If this was a real estate deal, you would have to show good standing, and you do not have good standing, so your renewal of your lease would not happen in a real estate deal, I would know. The continuation of this occupation of our land is a continuation of the genocide. Thank you. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting. 222.
Can everybody see my hand? Look, yeah? You guys all can see it? But nobody's paying attention to this. What is this? It's money. We're all sitting here blaming these guys. That guy was falling asleep last night. He slept for 3 testimonies. I don't know if you guys seen that. It's not his fault. I don't blame him. He doesn't care. He's here because someone tells him to be here. Do we have any state representatives here? They're gone outside. I think the state representatives should stay to the end. We're all here. So unfortunately, some people left that were for it. And understand everybody has their own opinions. Do you guys know how long it takes to drive around the island? It takes 3 hours. You know how long it takes to drive across Texas? I drove from the middle of Texas. It took me 6 hours, and I couldn't believe that I was still in Texas. So last night, someone said, go to Texas. Because 10 hours, you would have went past your house 3 times over here. I'm more representing the dirt bike community. I'm a 3rd generation motorcycle rider. I have kids who are 4th generation. It's kind of funny because I pack one of them around. Their ages are 10 and 5. And the other one follows me. And the rough part is, I'm in these mountains right here, and I come across a unexploded ordnance that stretched from my fingertip to my elbow. Right back here. You guys say that there's blanks being fired? Nope. I see 50 cal slugs out on the ground. So it's kind of rough believing that. No more than from me to where you guys are sitting at my camp, there's barbed wire that my kids have to watch out for. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Where am I going to put it? In the dumpster? I'm not sure. What I'm told is that just mark the location and they'll come grab it. It's been like 5 years. It's still there. There's more that's within 100 yards of where I park my car. That's all on our land. I'm riding by with my kids. It's unfortunate that many of our riders had to leave. They all have other things to take care of. Their kids they have to pick up. The last time there was a fire out there from one of the residents, we're up there on the weekdays. We're not even allowed to be there on the weekdays. I, myself personally, again, was putting out the fires, riding around on a bike. We weren't supposed to have our dirt bikes, so I was riding a bicycle, putting out fires, but it's the military's property at that time during the weekdays. We got to ask for permission, and then you guys get it for $1. We have to pay thousands. We only get it twice a week. You guys get it the other 5 or whenever you feel like it. I've been up there for a long time, and I've also put on a lot of races myself, and I learned more about the land and the plants and animals from riding than I did from Boy Scouts. We make a footprint this big, but we get blamed for everything. The devil weeds and all this stuff. Our footprint from our tire is this wide at most, but somehow it's our fault. But then there's a bomb right now that I found with my own eyes sitting out there. I don't know if it's going to blow up or not. I'm not going to find out. I also found simulator grenades and things like that, smoke bombs. So yeah, my name's Kapili. That stands for bonding and togetherness, if you guys were wondering. And the final thing is, I'm Hawaiian by birth, but I'm American by force.
Mahalo. Mahalo nui. 223. 223. Oh, Lenny said you? Okay.
Aloha again.
Aloha.
So, everybody here in this community has already said so much, and I'd have nothing to add in terms of the reasons why you should not continue with this attempt to lease these lands from the state of Hawaii, who has no rightful power to lease them in the first place. However, I would like to ask that you please add to the final EIS 4 words. And Kehao, I'm going to ask you if you could please make sure that these 4 words are clearly written as such in the final EIS. And those 4 words are, they do not consent. Okay? They do not consent. In every community that you have gone to, they do not consent. I don't want to read a final EIS that talks about how, oh, we heard strong feelings from so many people. We heard passionate speeches and stories about history and all of that stuff. What I want to see is they do not consent. Say it about every single place that you have gone, and very clearly, and don't try to make it into anything else. So, Kehao, I'm going to kind of ask you because, you know, I know, not to try to put it on you, but I know that it may be difficult to understand the concept of free, prior, and informed consent, although, you know, we kind of like expect all of our OPO to understand that when they go out on a date, right? So, you know, it's not actually that hard to grasp. But if you don't have consent of the people, then you're not their government, for one thing. You know, you are an occupier, and it's not, you know, there's not anything, any exchange that can make it other than that. But that is occupation, and that should be said in there somewhere. But what I really want is to just that simple clarity that is very clear when you refer to every single community that you spoke to. And just to make it clear for those few who are over there, if you guys agree, then I'd like for everybody to say, we do not consent, okay? We do not consent. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Thank you very much. 224. Hello.
Hi, I spoke yesterday, so I'll just keep this short. As a lifelong resident of Oʻahu, born and raised, I oppose the renewal of these leases, no action alternative, but also give this land back to the people of Kahuku. And to all of you, wherever you are from, keep building and organizing power so that they cannot object. Military or state, that auntie who spoke earlier should not have to worry about her son's grave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. And last? Are you Kapua? Okay. Are you 225? Okay.
Didn't plan to be last, but wanted to make sure we got in. Aloha.
Aloha.
O wau ka puakili I kua ka mai no ka aina ho'opulapula ka awawā wainai mai au. Mahalo oko ua noho oi I Kahuku. Mahalo nui no mako. So having come out all this way, I'm definitely going to say something. Try not to be redundant, but you folks have heard this before. So Hawaii is very strategic by our location, always has been. That's why Hawaii has been occupied by the United States. There is no treaty. There is no treaty. There was no annexation. There was no consent. The Queen did not concede to America to give us up. She said, for such a time when the people of America recognize their wrongdoing and right that wrong. That time is now. War is so ready and ripe that my baby here, my firstborn mo'opuna, may not have a mo'opuna because of what all the warmongers are doing. And America is the #1 warmonger. Then you have Russia and China. We have too much bully factors. But regarding the EIS, no action is the alternative. Not only do we not consent, we want you to go back. Practice your war games, your warmongering on your own aina. And I apologize to the natives of that continent because they didn't want you there either. And they don't want you desecrating their lands either. But you've done that. And so try to respect them like you need to respect the people of Hawaii. We are done. We are done with this. There are 68,500 people that are employed by the U.S. That is 30,000 people, way too many. Probably 20,000 of our homes that should be for people that want to be here, especially for people that are from here. You know, we talk about all of the impacts. Every single block, you folks, America, not you specifically, Colonel, but it would have been nice to meet you last night as well, considering you're taking over. But people have busy schedules, so we'll take that into consideration. Every single one of the blocks, it's a negative impact. What the military is and has done to my aina, to all of our aina, because we receive and we welcome people. So as Kanaka Maoli, we know that this is our home, but we welcome other people that wanna live here for what here has to offer. We love to be improved, to get better, but if this isn't good enough for some people that think it's a state, maybe they should go back to the Continental 48. They should go to those other places that actually chose to be a state. This is a fake state. I know who I am. He Hawaii au maua mau. I am a Christian by choice, Kanaka Maoli by birth, American by kidnapping. Identity theft. America committed that amongst all of us that have been born here since January 17th, 1893, or since a provisional government or your so-called annexation. My kingdom of Hawaii continues to this day, and this will come out. This will come out. So I do this for a matter of record, because it's beyond you, how it's beyond you. But like Tita said, yeah, we do not consent. We never have ever consented, and we will never consent to being American or a part of America, except for those, indoctrinated American patriots, so be it. Everybody should have a free choice. But us Kanaka Maoli that have learned our history and have been able to overcome the anger, the pain, the suffering, the trauma that has occurred not just to me and mine, but to my parents, to my kupuna that came before me. They had to survive what treasonous people did to our queen. So they had to hamau, and they had to go undercover. They survived, and we kept the ike. We kept all that was important to a people so that we can continue for our babies. So I want to thank you so much for staying out late again, and thank everybody for having us. But Yankee, go home.
Mahalo. Nani? Yes, absolutely. And then Nani, when you're Pau, do you mind closing with Pule when you're Pau testifying? Okay. You gonna pull it. You gonna go last and you're gonna close. Pule. Okay.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
Ovau o nani. I am from Waianae. Aloha again. You see me again. Because even though I'm from Waianae, I protect Kahuku. I protect all of the areas of Hawaiʻi through and through. Yeah, we're all connected, no matter what. Yeah, so we're going to stand for each and every one of us. Right? Mahalo Kahuku for allowing us from Waianae and every place else to be here. I waited until the end to give the opportunity to our Kahuku Ohana to speak first. Yeah, I'm not going to go over again what I shared. Told you. Well, actually, no. I'm going to go over it again. Just a little bit. Again, you've heard from many of us that you are talking to the wrong people. The state of Hawaii does not own any land in Hawaii at all. First thing, and I speak to the people in the camera over there. You deal with anything with us? Follow the international laws of occupation. First and foremost, the Hawaiian Kingdom laws that exist till today. That's the first thing that you must do to show good faith to us for all of this desecration, destruction, death. I'm going to go over that again, yeah? That you've done to our people, to our aina, that we love so much. Tomorrow, Mr. Steve, I'm glad you heard us a little bit. You've brought your friend here, but she's on the same level as you. We asked you to bring somebody higher than you. So I'm going to ask you again so that you can hear us again. We don't want to speak to you, sorry. We want to speak to the higher-ups, because you don't make the decisions. They do. So bring them tomorrow, please. Everybody has brought so much hurt, so much pain, so much some solutions, yeah? We say no. No, no, no. I told you guys that last night. You in the camera need to just fund us. Need to pay for all the things that you've destroyed. Need to pay for us to be able to live in this time of detriment that you have caused. Yeah, that's all you have to do. That's that's 2 kuleanas that you have. Follow the international laws of occupation, fund our people of Hawaii to clean up your mess, because you are not from here. We are. We have connections to this aina. Our kupuna is buried all over this aina that you destruct. And you don't give a shit about that. We do. We do. It hurts. So just pay us. Pay us for the wrong that you have done. Again, train our people that are Kanaka of and from this place, right? To operate, to understand and how to operate all of your equipment, because none of that is going with you when that time comes for this huli here, because it's going to happen, right? And they need to know how to run that. It's not yours, it won't be yours, it'll be ours, and they need to understand how to do that, right? You can fund all of our kanaka that are learning how to, in the robotics field. You can fund them to go and get training on how to understand robotics, how to make robots, so that we can send our robots out to all these areas that you've destroyed that have ordinance still, to remove them. Fund that. I don't see you writing them down. Can you please write it down? Mr. Steve, I'm asking you to please write it down. Right? Fund that, fund that, fund that. All right? There was another funding, but I forgot. My brain is shot right now because this is way too long. So I will be back tomorrow and tell you more of what I need to say. The rest of the moment, I just want to say real quick, kako, because I don't think they heard us. Yeah, you can see again, they only have this level of authority here. We want them up there, right? But they're not hearing us in what we're saying as far as no. I'm an educator. I'm a kumu olelo Hawaiʻi. I teach Hawaiian language. Before I say what I want to say to everybody else, kalamai tita, the destruction that you've caused hurts me and hurts the keiki that are here as well. I teach Olelo Hawaiʻi. Olelo Hawaiʻi brings life. I need to be able to tell my stories, tell my kupuna stories of these places that you are destroying. If you keep destroying that, how is my kids going to see what my kupuna saw? How? That's not right. That's not fair for them at all. Come, I invite you to Kala Farms. Come, join me and our hui to get in the aina so you can understand why we love this place so much, how much it means to us. Hopefully something ignites in your na'au to change your mind and come on our side. Yeah? Because you're on the wrong side. Kako, again, they never hear. Yeah? And so, me being an Olelo Hawaiʻi teacher, I cannot be that unless I teach Hawaiian. Right? So we all know the Olelo, the hua Olelo for no. Yeah? What's that, Kako? Olelo ho. Olelo ho. Do we want this to continue? Do we want them to retain these lands? Do we want the military to still be here? Oh, some of us will hesitate on that one. Ole. I hope you heard that, sir and ma'am. We said no all night long, yesterday, and we're going to say them again tomorrow. No. Please come with Q-tips. In fact, you know what? I'm going to bring Q-tips for you tomorrow so you can hear us a little bit better. All right? And then tomorrow, one more thing. Come with a little bit of smile. I know this is hard, but oh my gosh, you guys look like angry military people. Mahalo kako. Ahui ho.
Mahalo. Aloha. Hauka ohu. Close us out, please. I think you get a ticket tonight, so you have to say your name, please. I mean, I know who you are, but please.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
O kako huailani no puea maiau. That's Waianae Valley. I just wanted to come up, but first of all, I want to give nunui ke aloha to our napoe o Kahuku, from our family in Kahuku for showing up. And we came here from Waianae for kako o them. Because when things go down in Makua, Kahuku gonna come and kako o us. Yo? Kahuku gonna be there with us. Colonel Steve and then Colonel Rachel. I'm gonna see you at the neighborhood board because I sit on the Waianae neighborhood board. You guys cycle out every time. It's gonna be, you're probably gonna be like my 8th colonel since I've been on the board. But I just wanted to share, in more the words of our Queen Liliuo Kalani. Never fear to act because never cease to act because you fear you may fail. So all of us over here, we're standing in that. And the truth, Colonel Steve and Colonel Rachel, you guys can learn all our history from Kehau. She knows exactly what we've been talking about. Tita get 5 freaking PhDs. She can freaking tell you guys the truth. Okay, so, you know, so the indoctrination of us Kanaka, like Dr. Kianusai said, the denationalization was pledging allegiance every day. I've been out of school 40 years and I can still recite that. Mahalo Keoko, my 3 boys, they was all homeschool. They don't know how to say that. They don't know how to sing My Country Steals the Teas. Whose country? This is our country. If there was a treaty of annexation, we wouldn't even be here grumbling to you guys. But the bottom line, there was no treaty of annexation. Joint resolution, no hold freaking water. And that's the truth. And then at the ending of the Pledge of Allegiance, we liberty and justice for all. Where the liberty and justice for us? Huh? You know, I'm not anti-American. I'm just pro-Kanako Iwi. You know, you guys own Constitution. You guys own Constitution. Get some Maikai and Pono freaking things inside there. But just like you guys don't adhere to that. So Colonel Steve, and I heard the Pentagon stay watching. You guys get all of us. What is his name? You guys get everybody's name. We'll see you guys tomorrow night. Yeah? In the words of James Kaulia, ahike ke aloha aina hopeloa, unto the last aloha aina. Yeah, this is our country. If you guys are true, honest Americans, you guys will do, you guys will do your duties. You guys should actually freaking go to General Hara. Yeah, I don't know if you guys got that letter from Kianusai that was forcing General Hara by July 31st for do his due diligence. Because under the laws of international laws of occupation, the laws to be adhered here is the Hawaiian Kingdom laws, not U.S. constitutional law, only not U.S. common law, is the Hawaiian Kingdom law. So if you guys truly are, honest Americans, then go take some advice from Keho. She can freaking share all the information. And all this information you guys got from all of us from last night, tonight, tomorrow night, even 3 years ago during COVID, those 2 nights, 100% in opposition. And you guys still get the damashi, you guys jigging over here. So, we see you guys tomorrow. Aloha.
Coco, do you know Pule? Send everybody home safe, please.
All right, I guess I get that honor. How are we going to do that? Oio, me Yeshua, me Nakua, me Nakupuna. Mahalo nui loa for bringing each and every one of us here safely. Even our oppressors. But we ask for traveling mercies for all of us going home tomorrow and bringing us back to Lelehua High School tomorrow. Just for our people showing up over here to Ku'e every day. Because no matter how wrong is wrong, truth is truth. And we stand on truth. So I just ask that you take each and every one of us home safely and drill in the minds of the Pentagon and the colonels and the generals and freaking Don Chang and Governor Green to be pono. Makaino ka makua kikeke me kauhane malele. Amama wonoa.
Mahalo. Everyone, get home safe. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you, everyone, for your patience tonight.